Is. Oh, okay. Yeah,
Apologies,
still
it's just
admitting.
coming in. Let's just give them two
Okay.
minutes.
Okay. All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Um, Good morning, everyone. Good morning, all. I hope everyone is doing good, and welcome to day 4 of the 7th annual Imagine African Researcher Training Academy. So as people are joining, please feel free to use the chat to tell us your name, your institution, and the country you are joining from. My name is Dr. Sibusisiwe Mkhani. I am an economist and a research specialist at the Human Sciences Research Council within the Equitable Education and Economies Research Division. It is my pleasure, colleagues, to facilitate today's module, which is module 16 on qualitative research foundations. So before we begin the session, please note that the session is being recorded. The recording and the presentation materials will be shared or made available through the academic repository, after the session. So, as I've said, feel free to use the chat to pose your questions, to tell us your name, institution, and the country you're from. So I'm very excited, colleagues, for this session that we have today. This sessions, I think it forms an important part of our research journey because qualitative research allows us, as we know, that it allows us to explore lived experiences, meanings, perspectives, social realities in ways that numbers alone cannot always capture. So to make this session interactive, colleagues, please feel free to participate actively in the activities and submit questions through the chat. So I will monitor the discussion and bring the questions to our presenters during the designated Q&A segments. So before we even start the session, it is now my pleasure to introduce my two colleagues, our presenters. So we are joined today by Dr. Candice Groenewald and Dr. Angelique Volskat, who will guide us through the foundations of qualitative research. So just to briefly introduce them, Dr. Candice is a chief research specialist in the Public Health Societies and Belonging Divisions of the Human Sciences Research Council. She is an honorary research associate at the University of KwaZulu-Natal and a module coordinator and lecturer as part of the South African Research Ethics Training Initiative Master's Program, also at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. She specializes in interpersonal and mental health research associated with adolescent development and well-being, also family well-being and youth in adversity. And she holds a wide range of methodological expertise. And secondly, we have our colleague, Dr. Angelique Wilskert. She's a research director in the Equitable Education and Economies Research Division at the Human Sciences Research Council. She obtained her BA in industrial psychology. She also has an MPhil in political management and a DPhil in political science from the University of Stellenbosch. She has 20 years of practical experience in conducting research and leading research teams in investigations that consider the interface between education and the world of work and recognize expertise in the sociology of work and occupations in South Africa. She is recently leading the expecting and she's recently leading and expecting her research to focus on young people, work and well-being in the global south. Her publication record spans the authoring and co-authoring of several peer-reviewed journals, articles, and chapters in books. That is 36 research outputs and other forms of dissemination, like your policy briefs, conferences, and so on. Also, she deals with the themes of education and training and labor market outcomes, occupations, and identifies the role of symbolic boundaries. So those are our two colleagues. We are privileged to have you and your expertise with us this morning, colleagues. So I will not take further time from your presentations. I will now hand over to you, colleagues. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Sibusisiwe. We are very happy to be here today, and thanks for that lovely introduction. And thanks for keeping to time. You actually have 3 minutes spare, so well done on that. Colleagues, you are all welcome. I think this is the third iteration of hosting for Angelique and I this session. And every year we do it. We start thinking a little bit more about qualitative research based on the engagements that we have in these sessions. So we welcome engagement. We are quite an interactive team. And so, please feel free to ask your questions, to just, pose any questions related to the work that you've done before. We invite you to be interactive with us as well. We've got little activities in certain spaces and so forth as part of this. Sometimes we'll ask you to put something in the chat. Sometimes we'll ask you to participate in a Slido where you just scan the code and you respond to the question. Sometimes it will be, different types of activities. So we just invite you to, participate and engage with us, and we hope that you'll, enjoy the sessions that we have. I just want to check if Angelique just want to quickly say hi before we start. No? She's shaking her head. She's just like, go ahead. I am going to just share my screen. And what I will do, I know that many of us might have some bandwidth issues. I am one of us today because my Wi-Fi is giving me some issues. So I am going to just put my camera off while I'm presenting. And then when we are engaging again, I will switch it back on. But just for the purpose of the introduction, you are part today, just in case you don't know, you are part of the Qualitative Research Foundation's module. So if you were not wanting to be part of this is a time that you jump off and you move to the next space where you want to be. But that's the session for today. Myself and Angelique will go through the session. The session is from 9 until 1. And so our email is here if you're interested in contacting us for any particular reasons. But that's the session for today. And in terms of just our lesson plan, we are going to have a session now until 9:45. We've already had the overview, or I'm busy with the overview, but we've had the welcome already. And then I will just go into a shorter session around just introducing qualitative research to the team. And then Angelique from 9:45 until 10:30 will go through a deeper dive into qualitative research, focusing on operationalizing qualitative research. And that basically just means, how do you do it? What's the things that you need to think about, and how do you facilitate doing good qualitative work? We'll then have a tea break from 10:30 to 11. And we'll come back at 11 for the final session, which will be two components. The first one is we'll go through collecting or guidelines for collecting good quality information or for qualitative research. And the fourth one is going to be around qualitative analyses. So those are the key pieces that we will have for today. We invite you to stay for all these sessions, but we do know that people sometimes have to kind of be in and out of the sessions, but I'm sure the content will be made available to everybody as we go along. So, okay, this is the space where I'll just switch my camera off so that I don't lose anything, during the engagements. All right. So quickly, just for the module, what is our intentions for the day really is for us to collaboratively move through or journey through what qualitative research is. And the intention is for us to build an understanding around what does it mean to do qualitative research. So we want to focus on what qualitative research means, and I'm going to ask you to engage in that in a little bit. What does it entail to do qualitative research? How do you operationalize it? How do you gather qualitative evidence and how do you consolidate this evidence, and how do you analyze this evidence quite well? So these are the kind of pieces that we want to engage with for this presentation. I'll go through the first session, which is introducing you to qualitative research. And based on who we have in the room, it might not be such a in-depth session, because I see a lot of students, PhD candidates that have joined, so you are all welcome, and it's nice to see such a breadth of spread in the group. So just to start, just in the chat, and those who are established, please don't spoil it for everybody, but let's all just give it a shot. How would you define qualitative research? Just a quick definition, don't overthink it. If you can just in the chat, Sipamandla saying qualitative research deals with the words as opposed to quantitative research. Okay, that's a good starting block. Anybody wants to expand on that? See, Sipamandla, if we were in person, I would have thrown you a chocolate now for being quick. Okay, qualitative research is storytelling and discourse. Okay. Very, very, very broad there. It deals with people's lived experiences instead of numbers. Great. Exploring experiences of individuals, more narrative, more in-depth than just numbers. Qualitative research is about understanding people's experiences. Yeah. Analysis of discursive data. Yes, Matthew. Rich emerging data. Nice, Beverly. More than one reality can be true. Feel like that's a bit loaded. We'll talk afterwards. But yes, that is true. Research that deals with language, narrative, and is more personal to people's lives, unlike quantitative research. So I like this comparison with other paradigms, so that's great. Qualitative research deals with people's experiences, perspectives, and in depth. Yes, Barak. Yeah, we've got someone famous here, guys. A method for collecting and analyzing all non-numerical data. Lovely. Understanding people's experiences in depth, the why of the data. Progress, that's nice. Love to hear more about that. Non-numeric research, okay. Qualitative research, it is a method which is used to understand why and how people think. This is Siwe. Great, I think you guys have the gist of it. I think that is nice. Now you see, I just said the people who know mustn't jump in. The big words coming in a paradigm of research that focuses on in-depth exploration and explanation of why, of the why underpinning. You see, big words coming through here. It answers what and why, collecting authentic data. understanding why, how, what of a phenomenon. Brilliant. This is great. So I can go home now, or at least disconnect because I am at home. Great, guys. I think that's a very good start for the conversation today. And yeah, all of you have synthesized it really, really well. So well done to all of you. So essentially, when we think of qualitative research, it's a methodological approach. It's not, sometimes when we talk, I'm doing qualitative research as if it is one single thing, and it's not. It's actually a methodological approach. Angelique will speak about it in terms of a paradigm, as she has explained already in the chat. And it incorporates various methods to gather information, to analyze information, to make sense of the information that we have gathered. So it's not a single frame. It's a single frame, but it's not a single approach. It's not something specific that you do. It entails a range of things. Generally, the intention of qualitative research is to engage and interact with people. So many of you said it's about people's lived experiences, right? And we interact to engage with people on a particular topic that we want to understand. And often this is about, we either want to know, how do people feel about something? How do they think about something? How do they experience something? How has something impacted their lives? And how do they think something could change or be improved? So depending on the type of study we're interested in, we might use one or a combination of these questions to understand people's realities from that perspective. And often when we do it, it is through an interactive or engaged approach, and that could be, covers various different mechanisms. So the approaches that we adopt in qualitative research and depends on various things. So first, we obviously want to know certain things. We either want to know how people feel about something or think about something. So that's our research question that we might have. But how we do that work is dependent on a range of things. And this is what it is that you want to know. So your question often is going to dictate how you collect that information, who you want to engage with, the sample. So the people that you are wanting to get information from is going to determine how you collect that information. So younger people, you might use different types of methodologies to engage younger people than you do with older people. And so we need to consider those things when we are identifying how we engage. When and how you want to engage with the participants. So when you want to collect the information is also going to determine the type of methodologies that you use, and the mechanisms through which you want to collect the information is going to determine the methodology. So if you want to collect information in a more visual way, you're going to use visual participatory methodologies. If you want information in a more audio way or a more text-based way, you're going to use methodologies that align with that. You also need to think about what kind of information you are wanting to collect. So are you wanting to collect audio information, text-based information, images in that way? And you need to think about how do you want to use the information that you have gathered. These considerations all often consolidate in the designs, as all consolidated in the design that we employ. So these are the questions that we want to engage with when we consider the type of approaches or methodologies that we will employ to do our qualitative research. Now, I think we all know, many of us are students here or researchers, and so the methodologies I'm talking about, and in qualitative research, we'll often talk about information gathering approaches. But there are various different ways to gather information in qualitative work, and this has evolved from, I'd say, maybe for the past even maybe 5 to 10 years. Very, very recently, there's been different ways that's been, especially through chat and web pages, kind of functions to gather qualitative information. We have the more general focus groups, workshops can be used to collect information. There's visual methodologies which exist, which there are various different forms. We can gather qualitative information through secondary data. And that might be a study that has been conducted in one. We want to reanalyze the work that was conducted. Often when we do a PhD, we might reanalyze our work later on for publications. And so that's a secondary data. We can gather qualitative research also through literature reviews, and some of us might not think about that in that way. But it is gathering qualitative based research, published research, and reanalyzing that information in that way. Chat or web pages is another function through which we can gather information. And I think this has picked up quite a bit, particularly since COVID time. I've definitely used different forms of technology to collect information at that time. Interviews, of course, the fairly standard, speaking to people. And for those who said around quantitative research, yes, we can use surveys or questionnaires to collect qualitative. I'm quoting, unquoting, I don't completely agree that it is qualitative data because there's not a lot of space for probing and engagement, but it does allow people to provide the opinions in a way that is not structured. And so in an unstructured question, an open-ended question in surveys, one can also collect qualitative information in that way. So just introducing this a little bit, Angelique will speak a bit more as she's talking about operationalizing. So the one thing that we have to think about, and if you now think about all the things I've just said, that qualitative research is a way of engaging with people. It's linked to what it is that we want to know and how we want to gather that information. Another piece of that is often qualitative research is about us as qualitative researchers doing the work. So whether it is you as the person conceptualizing the work, or conceptualizing and implementing the research as in collecting the information. This is intrinsically linked to our own experiences. And in which ways are these? Well, the qualitative researcher defines how the research is defined, how the questions are developed, how the data is being collected, how the data will be transcribed, how it is analyzed, and how the data is interpreted and written up. And so we have to be very aware of our positionality, meaning what it is that we bring to the research, so that we ensure that it doesn't affect the outcomes and the quality of the work that we are producing. What do I mean by that? I mean that qualitative research is subjective for both the researcher and the participant. Often we talk about subjective experiences of the participant, but because we're collecting the information, analyzing, making sense of it, defining it, just all of those things, it's based on the researcher. We have to be aware of what we bring. So it is informed by our lived experiences as researchers and participants. And I'm sure if I have to ask in the group, what are you studying? People will give me a topic, and if I then say why, there's a story behind why you are interested in a certain topic. And often that story is a little bit subjective, which is the reason why we have to pay attention to what we bring. One way of paying attention to what we bring is through practicing reflexivity. And what does that mean? Often, in a thesis, we are asked, must do reflexivity, what does that mean, and so forth. Well, it means that you are aware of and that you document any personal opinions that you have, your thoughts, your attitudes, your knowledges, and your experiences that you bring to the research, which you think may influence how you are engaging with the topic, with the participants, and interpreting the information. So, for example, if I were to do research on young women from a certain context, and I am relating to that particular space, I would talk about the fact that I am a woman, I relate to this experience in this particular way. This is a context in which I grew up, and this is how I perceive a certain topic or engage with that certain topic, and how that might influence the ideas and the outcomes of the research. For some, and I think a lot of more positivist researchers might think of this as bias. in some way introducing bias in the work, but actually being reflexive and open about what it is that you are bringing is illustrating to researchers that you are enhancing the credibility of what you are producing. And you're almost speaking back to that bias because you're saying, I want you to understand this work through the lenses it was developed. And that is why reflexivity becomes important, because it acknowledges that you as a researcher are not independent from the research that you are conducting. The other thing, because research is so subjective, and I think many of you spoke about truth, I often encourage my students and myself also, as I am engaging with research, especially when research is close to home or it speaks out something controversial, that we are capturing people's truths and not the truth. It's not an interrogation. It's not, trying to prove something right or wrong. It's about capturing people's experiences and their experiences as they are told and they experienced within the realms in which they are functioning, that is their truth. And so when participants' truth and your truth might clash, this is where reflexivity is a good space to practice getting almost that questioning and that engagement with the findings out. And as Badanile, I think, is pointing out, it's about removing your emotions. And I would say it's about making your emotions known. Because it's very difficult to remove yourself and remove your emotions from a research topic, but engaging with that in order to try and not allow that emotions to overshadow the work and the quality that you want to produce. So it's very difficult to remove it from the work that you are doing. Yes, reflexivity is similar to bracketing in the way that it is operationalized in that way. So in summary, qualitative research is not a technique that we use, but it is a methodological approach that is intrinsically linked to the researcher's positionality, which ultimately would determine the designs, the methods, and the analysis that we employ to do qualitative research. So yeah, I think that was the point that I wanted to just bring out in this introduction, is for us to just all be aware that it's qualitative research is not one thing. There are various things that is entailed in qualitative research, and Angelique will go through that in a little bit more detail just now. All right, I think I will pause there and just see if we have any questions or comments from anybody. Madam Chair, I don't know how you want to handle the questions, if we want to do them hands up, people speak, or just put in the chat.
So you will guide me, colleagues, but so far there are no questions on the chat. So I don't know if you'd like to take some few hands before Dr. Angelique can start her part. But I don't see any questions on the chat at the moment.
Any hands?
Candice, I wanted to. Oh, okay. So let's first deal with the hands, then it's fine. Go, Carmen.
Hi, this is Carmen speaking. I would just like to mention something that I did during my master's study.
Yes.
I interviewed respondents, in-depth interviews of respondents who had been victims of very serious crimes.
Yeah.
And the only way that I could emotionally deal with it was to keep a reflective journal,
Yes.
I mean.
Yeah.
And I don't think that emotion is necessarily something that you have to put completely aside. I
Right.
think it's as long as you show how you work with those emotions as you
Yeah.
continue with the interviews. But I cried for my participants,
Mhm.
and I made sure that I documented that in my thesis as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's also, and I think that having those experiences and engaging with them probably made you a better researcher and made you better able to try and engage at a much more deeper level with what they are experiencing. I hope that I'm not
Yes,
misleading.
I
You've experienced them.
agree. Yes, I agree completely, and it made the depth of my interviews so much better because I could show real empathy and really compassion
Yeah.
for the people and what how their lives had changed as a result
Yes.
of these crimes. So
Yes.
I think it's important that one just really document your own personal journey as well,
Yes.
because there's a whole story to be told just in your own journey.
Yes. Yes. I mean, there's a sect of qualitative research that I do called autoethnography, and that is about
Yes.
what you're saying. It's about documenting your experience and linking that experience to the broader outcomes and broader societal issues that is going on. So there's the act or practice of reflexivity is something that first many researchers are afraid of, students are afraid of. We think that if we say this and that, we're introducing bias, and we're saying how we are not ready or we're not, objective enough to do the research. But there is power in being aware and being engaged with the topic, not from an objective level, but from a subjective level, whether you are doing quantitative or qualitative research. Because even quantitative research, if you do large scale surveys, for example, that is related to violence, abuse, all these different topics that are extremely personal for many of us, that in itself can also inflict a lot of emotions and engagement. And we have to be aware that as researchers, we are also humans. And so documenting those experiences, engaging with it, I certainly believe makes us much better researchers. So thanks for sharing that, Carmen. I can see there was a lot of hearts going up and claps and people commenting saying thanks for sharing your experience. So that is really, really great. Moraka.
And it's just in looking at the
Yeah.
chat, there was a question just to go, maybe just to revisit the description around reflexivity a little bit more.
Okay, let me just go back to it. Let me just find the question. I'm new. Is it the Pumza? I'm new. So is qualitative research objective too, but the researcher objective? Or is the researcher subjective? So I think, so from a very overall kind of position, I think all research is subjective, whether you're doing quants or qual. I think our positions, our interests, our experiences, our context influence any research question that we form. So I'm not saying that this is specific to qualitative research, but your second point about, or is the research subjective? The researcher is subjective because, I just want to go back to the slide, because of more often than not, especially as students, we do everything. Right? You defining the research, you are developing the questions, you collecting the information, you are everything in making sense, in transcribing, in interpreting, and all of those things. So you become the engagement with the research is subjective, meaning it's involving you, it's personalized at that level. So because all of this is intrinsically involved, linked to who you are and how you are doing the work, that is why reflexivity becomes important. As Carmen has explained, she was interviewing these individuals. She was experiencing their pain and their engagement with the topic in that space. That then influenced I'm sure it influenced the way that she understood and read and reread the content that she was developing and analyzed that and the topics that she was interested in encoding what she was doing. So that becomes subjective. And objectivity in quantitative research is about the measures and generalizability and repetitiveness of what we are able to create. And that is different in qualitative research. because when I'm analyzing and Angelique is analyzing, we might be looking at different things. Even though there are mechanisms in qualitative research that you can implement to enhance the quality and the rigor and the credibility of what you are able to produce. So I hope that helps you. But please, if you want some more guidance and direction on that, but I'm seeing the hearts popping up, so I'm sure that that's fine. As AI begins assisting with qual, where should we draw the line? I think Angelique will speak about that just in a little bit. She's got a section where she's going to talk about just AI. I'll speak about that a little bit when I do qualitative research, but she is going to engage on that as well. And then I also just want you to encourage you, Moraka, if you're interested in this, the next session, as in, I think at 2, I think I stand corrected, is about AI-assisted coding software. So you might want to join that session, which is why we are not going into too much detail, because that session is happening in any case later on. But I want to make this point about AI-assisted engagement. Qualitative research and any type of research requires us as individuals to engage with the content. If you are going to use AI to analyze the work for you, independently of your engagement with the content, number one, you won't know your information as well as you do. Number two, you won't be able to engage with it because you haven't read and experienced the analysis in that depth. Number three, my question comes in with how much of the work that you're producing is your own, how much of that expertise that you are representing through a software doing analysis for you is actually coming from you because you didn't do it. It's a different story for you to develop your coding framework, to engage with the content, to develop that framework, to then feed that development into a coding software in order for it to code and categorize information for you, and then for you to reanalyze that information to make sense. So there's one aspect of software that helps you to organize your data, and I'm very much for that because data is it's breadth. It can give you a lot of information, right? So it's one thing to use an app or flat platform or even AI to organize your data for you, but to analyze, coding and analysis, two different things. Coding, put it into different boxes. Organizing, analysis is looking at those boxes and going, what am I finding? What am I interpreting here? So it depends on how much you use it and how deep you use that analysis for. But at student level, I still think, using a software is great to help you code, but I wouldn't advise AI as an analysis approach because you don't engage at that level. I hope that helps you, Moraka, but I would say, Moraka, sorry. Yeah, go and maybe attend to that that session later on. Okay, I see my research deals with residents living in a certain municipality. And I also have to engage with senior high profile individuals from that municipality. Would you suggest mixed methods or purely qualitative? It's difficult for me to suggest because I still don't understand again, I want to just go back to these questions for you. I would say, think about what it is that you want to know. You now know who you're going to engage with. Think about when and how you need to engage them. And what is the kind of information? That's my questions really. What's the kind of information that you want to produce? Because mixed methods, obviously, you're going to have some kind of quantitative data collection there. I also want to say there's a difference between mixed methods and multi-methods. So mixed methods means quants and qual often. Multi-method means that you can use multiple qualitative approaches. So if you're going to use different qualitative approaches, if you're going to engage with senior profile individuals and the community, you might want to think about maybe multi-method. But again, all of this is going to depend on what is the information you want to collect and what do you think is the best type of information to represent what your research question or respond to your research question, and also what is the best way to get that information for the participants to be able to engage. Okay, I see that there's a hand. Carmen, I'm assuming that's an old hand. I'm going to leave the chat now. Yes, Barak, I think we are sharing our slides. So, Joyce, I see you there. Please unmute Joyce Witherspoon. Okay. I think Joyce, if you,
Okay,
you should
it's
be
working
muted.
now. I couldn't unmute
Okay.
earlier. Good morning.
No.
So I have a
Good morning.
question on I'm a PhD student, and one of the what should I say? One of the objectives that I'm working on has to do with a document review of existing policies and guidelines to be able to
Okay.
establish what is known about a topic. Now,
Yeah.
my question is, would you consider that as secondary data analysis since it already exists? I will be looking at studies that have been conducted, also all to try to establish what is known, and then I would be doing thematic analysis and classifying because I'm working with a theoretical framework. So looking at those components to support the thematic analysis to be able to classify what is known. I don't know if I'm making much sense, but
You are. So if you, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
no, go ahead. I mean, the whole question is, should I, because initially I have been, sort of listing the type of documents that I would be reviewing,
Yeah.
but I had not necessarily stated that this would be secondary analysis. So just to get a bit of guidance whether that would be indeed necessary, and whether methodologically I would have to approach it in a very particular way. Over.
Good question. Just a follow-up question, just to make sure that I'm understanding. You are going to solely review literature.
So the research has 5 objectives. One of the objectives is to it's an activity theory oriented study. And in activity theory rules that exist as one of the key pillars that needs to be understood. So to do that, I'm going through policies, guidelines, studies, strategies that currently exist, and to be able to, to be able to do the review, but I'm not collecting primary data. It is looking at existing, yes.
Is it Candace that is freezing, or
I think
is it
it's
me?
maybe me. It could be me.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
So I was saying, I would recommend that you look at a scoping review as a methodology for that approach. You can also do a policy analysis. So I say scoping review because you are talking about not just policies, but various other documents. Depending on whether you are wanting to extract data from the documents, you would probably be doing a meta-analysis as part of a scoping review. Not common meta-analysis often exists as part of systematic reviews, but because of the range of frameworks and documents you are referring to, your approach might not sit well with systematic review approach. So I would say look at the PRISMA, PRISMA scoping review methodology. And I'm assuming that is probably what would be a good framework for that component. If you were only looking at policies, I would say policy analysis as a framework for what you are doing, and there's various different frameworks for doing policy analyses. And yeah, so I hope that helps you, but maybe just have a look at the PRISMA guidelines for scoping reviews, and I think that might align well with what you are doing. So
But also
secondary data
Candace,
only.
but also Candace, just to get back to the question about whether that would be considered primary or secondary, it would be considered obviously secondary data.
Yeah, it would be considered secondary data, but in a more strict way, it is a literature study. right?
Correct.
So it's more a literature review, which I would say if you want to have a nice, strong methodological approach to that, is to go with a scoping review methodology. And yes, of course, when you're analyzing the literature, it's a secondary analysis. But your secondary analysis, if you are extracting data from the literature, would then, in a more methodological sense, be referred to as a meta-analysis, meaning you are extracting data from the literature and reanalyzing it, consolidating it and reanalyzing it for your purpose. But I'm going to put the Prisma scoping I'm referring to here, and then you can have a look at that. All right, colleagues, I think I am done. I'm going to stop sharing now. Thank you so much for your comments, and hand over to Angelique.
Cool, thanks. Thanks for getting us started, Candace. I see that I've got 45 minutes. I doubt that I will speak for that long, but I think, one always starts off that way. And then you run out of time. Again, as Candace has indicated, we really want this to be a useful and an engaging discussion. And so please feel free to pop questions in the chat, and if we don't answer them through the discussion, please, towards the end of the session, we can definitely talk try to address all of those comments, similar to the way that Candace has done in hers. So colleagues, the task that I have is to give you a little bit of an overview of operationalizing qualitative research. So Candace has started this discussion for us. And so in that session, we really explored the philosophical foundations of qualitative research, and spoke about why we use qualitative approaches, the kind of questions that they could answer, as well as the value for understanding people's experiences, meanings, and social realities. And so this session aims to take us a little bit further, to move from understanding qualitative research philosophically to operationalizing it in practice. So we've seen in the chat, some colleagues are more experienced, others are less experienced. And so we hope that this information is kind of pitched at the right level, but really at an introductory level. In simple terms, operationalizing research just means translating a good research idea into a well-designed study, because you could have an excellent idea, but then the design or the method doesn't really suit the objective of reaching or addressing the research problem very well. And so it doesn't matter that the research idea was a good one. And so this is why it's very, very critical to carefully move through the stages of research design. So every researcher begins with an interesting topic, but good research depends on making a series of careful design decisions. And through today's session, we'll examine those decisions and consider how they fit together. I hope that at the end of this input, you should be able to distinguish between research design and methodology. Secondly, to be able to identify some qualitative research designs, be able to understand how your research purpose influences your design choices, to be able to also identify appropriate units of analysis for your problem, for you to be able to consider the time dimension of your research, because as you will see, that's important in terms of designing your research project. And then finally, I would like us to be able to get to a point of really understanding how all of these different components fits together into a coherent research project. Okay. So with that being said, everything begins with a research problem. I think many researchers, as well as established researchers, become excited. You know, we get very excited about methods and what kinds of questions we're going to ask, whether we're going to conduct interviews, individualized interviews, or we're going to conduct focus group interviews. Are we going to be analyzing using thematic analysis or a grounded theory approach? But methodology should never be the starting point. The starting point is always the research problem. And even more experienced researchers will tell you that sometimes establishing and clearly articulating your research problem is not an easy once-off task. It is something that you sometimes really need to think of over several days and need to crystallize through a process. And why this is actually something that we need to spend a lot of time on is that the problem determines the questions you ask, and those questions that you then hone in on determines the design. And so today we will explore 6 elements that help you to move from this research problem that you've identified to the research design. These 6 elements is we'll talk a little bit about the logic of scientific inquiry. We'll talk about the purpose of research. We will talk about the unit of analysis, which I've alluded to before. We will talk about the points of focus. We'll talk about the time dimension, as I've indicated at the beginning. And then we'll talk about how to design the overall research project. And I want us to think about these 6 elements that we're going to be discussing today as building blocks. Together, considering each of these elements ensures that every decision that you make aligns with your research question. So what is the iterative logic of scientific inquiry? Now, iterative just means that it's not a once-off process. It's something that you make a decision, you test it out, you think about it more, and you return, and you could revise and refine it as your knowledge around a particular topic expands. So although qualitative and quantitative research differ considerably, they do share a common scientific logic. And this is also one of the reasons why I will always say, although we've got, you know, these advances of AI and AI tools, the logic of scientific inquiry really requires us as humans to bring that to bear in our decision making, and that's why it's important that we stay grounded in that aspect. So all empirical research involves 4 interconnected components. So as I've said, you need to identify a research problem. You then select an appropriate research design. You go through the process of gathering the evidence, and then you draw conclusions. So these steps are not always linear. As I've indicated, they are iterative, and particularly in qualitative research, researchers often move back and forth between potentially collecting data and then seeing, oh, you know what, I thought that the research problem actually lied here, but you know what, actually maybe that's not the accurate problem to be focusing on. I need to be asking different questions. So I take one step back and I refine. And so researchers then often move back and forth between data collection, analysis, and the refinement of ideas. And I think here, maybe just as an example, because sometimes this seems very kind of not conceptual, but just theoretical. As an example, like if we had to ask whether women earn less than men, we might require a quantitative design. But if we ask why organizations produce gendered wage inequalities or how women experience discrimination, we might require a qualitative approach. The topic overarchingly is the same, but you see why the identification of the research problem and the question that you want to ask is so critical to identifying the appropriate research design. So the topic is important, but the questions that you want to ask is directly related to your design. So the important lesson from this kind of very brief example is that methodology follows the research question, and not just what your personal preference of a methodology is that you are accustomed to or more comfortable with. So in terms of research design versus research methodology, I think one of the most common mistakes that we find among emerging researchers, but again, also even more established researchers can make, is confusing research design with methodology. Research design, I want us to think about it as your overall blueprint for how you seek to answer or address the research problem. The research design is your overall blueprint. It explains how you intend to answer your question. And I would like us to differentiate that from methodology, which refers to the practical procedures that you use to implement that design. And I think this links to one of the comments that Candace made previously, that you might have different types of qualitative methods within one study. And so methodology does not equate your overall design. So again, an analogy often helps us to distinguish between these two. So imagine if you are building a house. The architectural plan is your design, is your overall research design. So this is where you decide, do I need to go based on the question, do I need to be looking at a qualitative design, or do I want to be looking at a quantitative design, or do I want to look at a mixed design? So the architectural plan is your overall research design. The construction tools, the materials, and the techniques that you use to be able to answer that question, that is your methodology. And without a good blueprint, without a good understanding of what your design is, even good tools, so even excellent tools cannot produce a strong house. And so by making that analogy, I just want us to understand the relationship between what is a research design and the methodology and the importance of how they fit together. So similarly, interviews or observations and document analysis are methods. They are not research designs. Okay. Okay. So as researchers, I think we should always explain why a particular design is appropriate before we discuss the methods we will use. And I think often us as more established researchers, we often skip over this step. We think it's kind of self-explanatory, but it is an important consideration that you maybe find yourself just falling back on a particular design, and then at the end, and you've gathered data, you find at the end maybe that was not the correct design. So it's a very important starting point. Okay, so moving from the design, and now you have selected your methodology, what types of research questions and what types of research designs might be best suited to answer those questions. So not all research questions are the same. We know some research is empirical. It seeks to investigate the social world directly, but other research is more conceptual or theoretical and examines ideas, theories, or bodies of literature, and does not necessarily rely on the collection of primary data from individuals or in the field to be able to answer a question. To give you an example here, for example, I'm part of a research program that is looking at or testing a new approach to understanding well-being and to study the well-being of young people in the Global South. The orientation of the research argues that relational well-being is a new framework for conducting research, and through employing such an approach, we're going to be able to generate more appropriate findings for understanding youth well-being. And also because we're employing an approach that is relational, that recognizes the interdependencies between ecology and institutions, for example, we will be able to give better policy advice, and better policy intervention will be the result. But because not a lot of research projects exist that have already tested this emergent approach, we did start off with more conceptual work, conceptual reflections on using existing literature that might not have been dealing with relational well-being as a construct or a framework directly, but through looking at kind of related work on well-being, we were able to develop a conceptual perspective on what the potential value of that approach could be. And so, no, we did not go and speak to people. So it wasn't primary research. It was a more conceptual paper that did rely on extant knowledge that was available. So that would be an example of a more kind of conceptual kind of research approach. So within empirical research, we may seek to explore a phenomenon. We might want to describe it. We want to maybe explain why it occurs. We want to maybe evaluate a program. We want to maybe predict future outcomes, or we want to reflect back and understand historical developments. All of these types of interests might suggest quite a different design. And so it is important for us to understand, are we interested in exploring? Are we interested in describing this phenomenon? Are we interested in explaining why it occurs? Do we just want to evaluate the effectiveness of a particular intervention or a program? Do we want to predict? Or do we just want to reflect back and understand historically a development or a phenomena? So these are important aspects to consider in selecting an appropriate research design. So a research design can be empirical or non-empirical, as I have given an example. It could be primary or rely on secondary research. It could be looking at gathering numerical or textual data. And you also need to consider the amount of control that the researcher has in relation, or needs to have in relation to answering the particular research question. So understanding these classifications, I think is important, because it does help researchers justify why a qualitative approach or a quantitative approach or a mixed method approach might be more appropriate for their study. And so I hope that kind of juxtaposing some of these different considerations helps you to identify where some of your research questions would fit and the research designs that would be useful. So you need to understand the target, you need to understand the source that you have access to. You want to be able to think about what format the data is in and the environment that you will have available to be able to observe this information. So these are all important aspects of consideration in selecting your research design. Then, in terms of the available kind of qualitative designs that we have, and of course, in as much as one tries to be quite simplistic and simplified for a presentation like today, we do know that there are mixtures of these, and in as much as traditionally they are, it's very bounded, and we understand it as being strictly different types of design styles, we do know that research has become a little bit more open in terms of classification and understanding that you could have maybe within a case study design, maybe a grounded theory design underpinning that as well. And so in as much as I'm presenting these as distinct design styles for categorization, which is important and useful, especially when you are busy with a master's and a PhD, it is useful to have this in your back pocket in terms of description. But I wanted to also just put up front that we do know that there could be overlap between some of these designs. So this slide introduces several major qualitative research traditions. And I think rather than memorizing these definitions, I want us to be able to use this as a platform to think about the kind of research question that each design is best suited to answer. So, for example, a phenomenon, I always struggle with this one every year, a phenomenological kind of design style might ask a question like, what is it like to experience domestic violence? Or what is it like to experience whatever other kind of phenomenon it is that you are interested in looking at? So this kind of design focuses in on the lived experiences of participants, subjective human experience. Case studies are often at a different level or unit of analysis because it looks at the interconnectedness between different sets of institutions, but also individual experience is important. And so often this kind of research design allows you to really tread a fine line between individualized analysis, but also system level analysis, a kind of macro level analysis. I find that case studies is a nice middle ground for connecting that the macro and the meso level of analysis with this very individualized access to experience, but often you don't analyze it at that level. But I really like case study research because it gives you the opportunity to be able to traverse those different levels of analysis. But it is a deep dive into a specific bounded system or an entity. So for example, in a project that we are working on now, we are interested in understanding the preparedness for African youth futures. And we are saying that this involves the types of skilling and capabilities that we want to impart to individuals, but skilling does not occur in just one institution. And so if we're looking at preparedness of African youth for the future, we need to understand skills ecosystems. And that's why we decided that a case study approach would be the best approach to bring together individual experiences of young people as they build capacity, as they navigate their livelihoods in particular bounded sectors in different country contexts. And so you will see the kinds of things that we are interested in that study really lends itself to a case study approach. On the other hand, a grounded theory approach might ask what theory emerges from participant experiences. So it might start off with why do I always go back to this word that I struggle with? A phenomenological underpinning, but that could lead to a grounded theory design at the end as well. Ethnography, on the other hand, is very concerned with culture and communities making meaning. And so it is often also requires immersive observation, where you're not going to necessarily go and ask people research questions. You're going to make use of observations, of cultural practices, and it's going to be less researcher-led, because you really want the experiences of those people to speak for themselves and not be bounded by research questions that come also with their own, that actually also comes with their own understanding and expectations of how the world works. Historically, historical design, you will look back to try and understand why things are the way in which they are in present. It's not necessarily predictive. It's not a predictive design, which we would have in a more quantitative kind of paradigm. But it is a way to try and make sense of why something is existing in as it currently does by looking back. Action research is something that Candace can probably also speak to a little bit more. This is a design that has become quite popular more recently. Well, actually more recently, any kind of collaborative meaning-making and participatory approaches have become more popular in the last kind of decade, I would say, as we are recognizing and realizing the importance of co-creation and collaboration as we generate knowledge. It's not just this researcher sitting in the ivory tower coming to impose their understanding of the world onto people as subjects. It's more of an approach to bring people along in understanding the world we live in. Okay, I hope that kind of background of the research designs are useful. And I spent a little bit of time on that because I think those are important building blocks. The next set of slides, I'll probably move through a little bit more quicker, because it's really just about reminding us of the things that we need to think about as we decide on a particular research design. And the appropriate underpinning methods. Okay, so the research purpose shapes every methodological decision. Exploratory designs are often used when relatively less is known about a topic. So as Candace was advising Carmen now before, if you maybe are starting off and you really don't know a lot about a topic, an exploratory design does not presuppose a hypothesis. You look at research, look at available literature, and you explore what is available before you even set or crystallize a research question or a problem. Exploratory research helps researchers develop concepts to generate ideas and identify future research directions. Descriptive research aims to provide a richer and accurate account of people or situation or events. It really aims to describe the problem. Many qualitative studies are primarily descriptive, and often stops there, and often even at honors level, you will have more kind of descriptive studies. It is more when you moving towards the masters and the research, masters and the PhD level, where we are looking more at explanatory designs. Explanatory research seeks to understand why something happens, rather than simply documenting differences that exist. Explanatory research investigates the social processes and the mechanisms underlying them. It is perfectly acceptable for one qualitative study to have elements of all three of these purposes, but it is important to identify these purposes in relation to the research questions that you want to answer. I've just spoken about these purposes. The examples on the slide illustrates these purposes. An exploratory study might investigate how young graduates experience searching for work in the digital economy, whereas a descriptive study could document the daily work experiences of community health workers, for example, and whereas an explanatory study might investigate why some communities trust public health interventions while others do not. So in just giving you this broad overview, I wanted to just juxtapose these different kinds of purposes that are important as you design your study. I'm almost done. Then another important consideration that I spoke about at the beginning is the unit of analysis. So some studies are important in individualized experiences. Some are interested at understanding experiences more at an institutional level and not at the individual level. So the unit of analysis is on an organization, your unit of analysis. Is the individual your unit of analysis? Is an ecosystem your unit of analysis? That is very important to be able to clarify as well. So one of the first decisions that researchers must make is identifying your unit of analysis. What exactly are you studying? Many beginning researchers mistakenly answer this question through the data collection method. Interviews are not the unit of analysis, it's a method. Your unit of analysis are either the people that you interview, or it could be groups of individuals, it can be organizations, it could be cultural artifacts, it could be social actions, could be your unit of analysis, or a particular intervention could be your unit of analysis. For example, if your study examines, I don't know, professional identity amongst teachers, your unit of analysis is the individual teachers. If your study compares university outcomes, your unit of analysis is the university. So being explicit about the unit of analysis improves your conceptual clarity throughout your research project, and it is absolutely critical. Why is this absolutely critical? I mean, the unit of analysis shifts the entire study in terms of its focus. So this example just reinforces that point. The same topic can have different units of analysis depending on the research question. So a study about gangs may analyze individual gang members or gangs as a social organization. So similarly, education research might focus on individual students, schools, could look at classrooms, or as I've said before, at universities. Always ask yourself, what exactly am I trying to understand? Calibrating the point of focus. So in addition to understanding what your unit of analysis is, it is important to, once we've identified the unit of analysis, we need to decide what aspects we want to study. your focus might be on characteristics. So it could be the characteristics of those individuals that you are interested in, or it could be the characteristics of universities. So if you wanting to look at the difference in graduate outcomes between two different universities, some of the characteristics there could be, oh, does the field of study play a role? Does the year of study play a role? Does the experience of lecturers play a role? So your points of focus and the characteristics that you are interested in, you really need to clarify and be upfront about. So for individuals, these might be issues such as age, gender, or occupations. For the organization, might be size or structure. So alternatively, we might focus on orientation. So these could be, you know, if you're looking at the individual level, you could be interested in people's beliefs or understanding people's attitudes or their motivations or their values or their perceptions. But it is important to calibrate your focus by then, once you've decided on what your unit of analysis is, then also go one step further to think about what are the actual characteristics I'm interested in understanding. And then finally, it's also important for us to not forget about the time dimension. So research also differs according to this dimension. Cross-sectional studies in a quantitative design paradigm provides a snapshot at one point in time. And most postgraduate qualitative projects use a cross-sectional design because we are gathering data at a particular point in time. So what we are giving is just a snapshot of what the state of a particular phenomena is at a point in time. If you decide that you are going to gather data at the beginning of a project and you have a 3-year cycle and you go every second year, that is a different type of underpinning method. And so it is important to think about the time dimension as well. So now you've thought about your unit of analysis, then you thought about your characteristics that you're interested in, and then you also need to think about it. What money do I have available? Because sometimes cross-sectional designs is also around the amount of money and time that you have available. Longitudinal studies, often we find that at kind of honors or master's level, it is quite difficult to implement those kinds of studies because you need a longer time horizon to be able to implement those. So because longitudinal studies follow people or organizations over time, and they are particularly valuable when you are interested in studying change or transitions or development, but they are not always feasible in terms of the time element and the money element that I've referred to. So being clear about the time dimension is important because the strengthens the credibility also of the selected design. Okay, finally, this final diagram, I think, reminds us that research design is an integrated process. It begins with your problem. It begins with curiosity. It begins with you asking, oh, you know, like, why is this the case? And then that curiosity is defined into concepts and a research question. And then those questions guide the selection of your appropriate research design. Researchers operationalize concepts. They then determine their whatever their sampling strategy is. You collect your observations, you process and you analyze your data, and finally you apply your finding. This process results in a set of research findings. Importantly, qualitative research, I think, in as much as I am presenting an overarching blueprint for us to know the steps that we should be following, qualitative research is rarely perfectly linear. You often revisit earlier decisions as your understanding develops. And And that flexibility, I feel, is a strength of qualitative inquiry rather than a weakness. The key is to ensure that every decision remains logically connected to your research problem, transparent, and reporting on it throughout the process. I think is absolutely, absolutely critical. So as we conclude, oh gosh, am I going to have time to talk about the AI? As we conclude, I want to leave you with one final thought. I think strong qualitative research is not defined by the number of interviews conducted or the sophistication of the software that's used. It is defined by coherence between these different elements. Every aspect of the study, from the research problem to the design, to the methods, to the sampling, should fit together logically. If your research question drives every methodological decision, your study will have methodological integrity. So thank you. I look forward to our discussion and our questions throughout the rest of the session. I think that is sort of where I would want to leave it in terms of introduction to the operationalizing of research. But I wanted to just have one slide just for us to start the discussion around AI, because we cannot really, we cannot ignore this, that we obviously know that we use AI to support. It can be used to support various stages of the qualitative or the quantitative research process. But I wanted to maybe talk briefly about AI to support the operationalizing component, because I've just shared that with you. So as emerging researchers, I think you are entering a research environment where AI is becoming increasingly common, and used responsibly, it can significantly improve efficiency, but it cannot replace your intellectual contribution as a researcher. So if you think back to the research design process we've just discussed, I think AI can provide support at almost every stage, but the responsibility for making methodological decisions remains entirely yours. So for example, during conceptualization, I would say that tools such as ChatGPT, Claude, or even Gemini can help you brainstorm research questions. I am a little bit averse to asking ChatGPT or Claude to help me identify gaps in the literature, because I found them to hallucinate and to generate false references. And so I would say to identify gaps in the literature, I do still feel that there is that component of really just having to read to be able to make those kinds of decisions. I don't find that the AI tools are very reliable. There is a school, a tradition of researchers that would feel that you could use AI to identify gaps in literature, but that there is a rigorous process of checking and cross-checking that needs to accompany that to be able to make it to really have better integrity. But again, as Candace had intimated earlier, I think it's a little bit difficult, especially when you are a emerging researcher, to be able to have access to kind of extant knowledge around literature, to be able to really critically engage with what AI churns out. And so I do find one should be very circumspect, especially at the beginning of your research journey, to just be using AI to help you make decisions. So I think these suggestions are sometimes useful, but they should be critically evaluated rather than accepted at face value. When designing your study, it can help you compare different qualitative designs. I think that could be a useful starting point. And then, of course, during literature reviews, but I think that is something that will be dealt with in more detail in potentially the in the Atlas TI or sessions. So you can use it at different points in time. But I think just to be circumspect around these different stages. I see Candace has put on her video, so that is my cue. I wanted
to say you can always talk about the AI analysis piece and this piece as part of the
at the
analysis.
end.
Yes.
Yes.
So I don't want us to miss it. So I'm happy for you to
Yeah.
bring this into that section where we kind of wrap everything up.
Great. I think that will be useful. I think what I also wanted to do is to give a concrete example of how we've also utilized AI in the preparation for today. And I think that would be really great at the end, because I think people are always interested in the examples, because sometimes, in these sessions, we speak very much high level. But thank you very much. I hope that has given us an introduction to be able to think about how to operationalize research and the important questions you need to ask yourself through that process. Thanks.
All right. Thank you so much, colleagues, for those insightful and engaging presentation on the introduction. I can see that people are already posing some questions on the chat. However, the time now is 10:30, and we were supposed to take a tea break, exactly at 10:30. So I break and return at 11.
Yeah. Can I also just suggest that we maybe start the next session by just to attend to some of these questions, Angelique, that's in the chat, so that we just don't miss them. So we can maybe set aside 10-15 minutes for when we start at 11, just for Angelique to engage with some of the
Just
questions
to deal with the
and respond to
questions,
that, because we want to make sure that we are attending to them. And then we can get into the next session. And then again, we will get into the AI conversation. But let's save that for once we've gone through everything, because as Angelique said, there's space to include AI in different kind of spaces within, or the trajectory of research. So we'll get to that. So let's do our break. Just for those, I see there's a few people that have joined now. We are going to go on a break, so you are in time for the break. And we will come back again at 11. But thanks for your engagements, everyone.
Sibusisiwe, I think we'll have a holding slide that will just tell people that we're on break and that we'll return at 11, or I just don't want people to join and then not know where we are. Do we have we don't have a holding slide, or we'll just put it in the chat? I'm just worried people will miss it.
Yes, I don't have it with me. I don't know if your colleagues have it so that we can put it.
I don't, but we can maybe.
Is there a way that we can just have
I think let's just, I think we maybe just put it.
Okay. Yeah,
just
I'll
for
make
people
one
asking
and
about
put
the
it.
slides. It will be made available at the same time for everyone. So I don't will kind of, but we will be updating our documents and all of that.
Thanks, Sibusisiwe. If you can just put that holding slide on for the people that will join in the meantime, then we know but we will be back at 11 and we'll start off the next section at 11. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you.
Recording stopped.
Hi, colleagues. Just checking if we are back.
Hello, colleagues.
Recording in progress.
Is Angelique back?
Everyone is thumbs up. I see there's a question in the chat or a request in the chat for the evaluation form. Because people might be jumping off to a different track. So if we could maybe just share that, please.
All right.
Sorry.
Okay. Should we start off? Candace, thanks. I think Sibusisiwe will be sharing the evaluation form now and then probably later on again in the session because it will get lost in the chat, I'm sure. So thanks, Sibusisiwe, for that. I hope everybody managed to get their coffee. I didn't. I'm going to just use this 10 minutes now quickly to respond to questions. Then I'll jump up again and get my coffee while Candace starts. I'll see how far I can get with the questions. I see Carmen had a question just around explaining the arrows a bit more. I assume that was with regards to the logic of scientific inquiry slide. And yeah, I think the arrows, they were just trying to illustrate that you can go back and forth from these different steps. So an example would be to show how identifying a research problem could change. So say, for example, you are identifying the issue of well-being, and our understanding of well-being leads you to think that it's an individualized aspect. You might select a research design that allows you to investigate it as an individualized characteristic. However, maybe through your exploration of the literature, you come across a greater understanding that well-being is interdependent and relies on the interdependencies between individual relationships with ecology or with institutions in society. And so you then have a different understanding of what aspects contribute to well-being. And so that forces you to go back to say, you know what, maybe this design that I've employed, maybe a more quantitative design that just asks individuals whether they are happy or not, is not the best way to get to the more complete and accurate answer, because in an African sense, for example, asking one person whether they are happy is not a good reflection of their level of well-being, for example. And so the example there is just to show that you could have a research problem, you want to understand well-being, you'd select the design, but then maybe through gathering some evidence, you find, you know what, maybe I need to revisit the design. It's maybe not the best design for what I want to answer. And this is how the paradigm that you employ, or your paradigm of understanding, is links to the kinds of research questions that you ask. These are not objective in a sense. Your questions that you ask is often informed by your understanding of the way that the world exists, and you need to also critique that framework in and of itself. And so that's all I wanted to illustrate there. Marcel asked a question about whether research design can be grounded by many theories. I'm going to take a stab at this one because I'm not sure that I understand that question fully, Marcel. And I don't know if we still have Marcel here, because Marcel then went on to say, and how to make sure they really build on the answer to the problem we want to solve. For example, using NASSS and TAM. I'm not sure what you're referring to in those acronyms, but to answer the first part of your question, whether the research design can be grounded by many theories, I think at emerging researcher level, it is useful to select one theory because it just makes the research project more bounded and easier. But of course, maybe as you progress through your career, you might be able to have access to a bigger scope of research projects, and then you could explore research questions that are underpinned by different theoretical propositions that you want to test. But I would say, and I know Candace could come in here, I do think that at emerging researcher level, it is probably safer to take one or two theories and use that as the basis of your hypothesis rather than trying to look at several theories at once. It might be a bit difficult. Is a philosophical paradigm interpretivism or positivism silent? Like, do we not have to discuss it when writing our research? Is it just a philosophy that guides our research depending on how we view the world, or do we need to discuss it? I think that if I understand that question properly, I think it actually links to the previous discussion that I started having, which is around how it's not really a paradigm, but it is, this is often where Candace doesn't really like this word, epistemology comes into play. It is epistemology is your theory or the underpinning understanding of how the world exists. And that is how it influences either the paradigms of research that you decide on, or your research design, or even your methodologies. So my example previously fits here. An epistemology is where, if you understand well-being as being an individualized characteristic, you're going to then lend yourself to research designs that might be qualitative, etc., but also methodologies that seeks to access that well-being in an individualized way. But if your understanding of the way that well-being exists in the world is more collectivist, co-created, then you will generate research questions, you will look to research designs that's going to access that kind of relationality and interdependence. And so that is how you move from kind of epistemology to a paradigm and then to a research design. And I hope that helps to answer that question. I know I've only got 2 minutes, and I think I'm not doing a good job here.
No, please, you can go till 15:15. It's okay.
I'm just, I think I don't know where I am now. I was researcher must remove emotion. I'm going far back here now.
I can read the next question, and then
Okay.
maybe this one.
Let me see.
What would be the best design style in case of name stories, because it touches on participants' lived experience within name stories, relation to construction of identity? What would narrative design fall under then?
I am not. Petronella, if you are
here,
here, maybe you can ask us that question. Because I'm not clearly understanding.
I think your distinction between the unit of analysis and system partly answered my question.
Okay.
But I'll tell you where I'm stuck now. Because obviously I'm not just interested in although the name stories are my entry point, into the community, because obviously the study is conducted within an indigenous community. Even though I'm collecting the name stories, but I don't stop there. And I think maybe it would actually tally with what the other person was saying, that can you have more than one unit of analysis? Because obviously the research question, as you're saying, it guides your design.
Yeah.
So my research question is how do name stories function as discursive resources for the construction of identity? So I'm more interested in terms of the context within which and the how, these names are being given, the how, and how do the cultural practices actually inform the naming. So that's why I'm saying there's a deeper level. That's why in the analysis, I don't just use the narrative analysis. I also use discourse, critical
Yes, I was
discourse.
just going to say that
Yeah,
sounds
so
more like
I was thinking,
Absolutely.
discourse.
yeah. So where I need your advice was more in terms of the design. Would it do justice if I just do narrative inquiry,
No.
because obviously I don't end there, or should I do a combination of both, even in terms of design, or am I complicating it?
It's
Because that is
social
that is
constructionism,
equally
isn't it?
important as well to hear.
Candice, you can go first. It sounded like
Yeah,
you
no,
had
I'm
something
saying what
to
I'm
say there.
based on your interest, it does sound more social constructionist, as in
Yeah,
how
that too.
people's
It's
narratives
actually
are
my
social
conceptual
constructed.
framework.
Yeah,
Yes.
so
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can have that as a paradigm or a design. But the design, you will be using a qualitative design, right? And so you can have
Yes.
Yeah.
a broader
Yes.
design.
Yes.
And then your
Yes.
framework is going to dictate like Angelique explained, the unit of analysis, the type of interest that you have. So I think having a qualitative design as your overall framework and having the social constructionist framework as your theoretical position,
Yeah, that too, yeah.
is valuable. I think what's important for students and all of us, not just students, we're all learning all the time, right? But for all of us to do is to be meaningful about understanding these particular frameworks and how well they suit what it is that we want to do at the start of the work. But also, to your point, while you are doing the work, some of these things might shift and change, right? So you might hear something and be interested in something different, or might do a deeper level of analysis. And so I'd also want to say that the designs that Angelica shared I mean, there are, I'm sure, so many other designs that one could kind of go on.
Correct.
But yeah, you could have a qualitative broad design with a social constructionist framework, and or have a constructionist kind of led or informed design style.
But it sounds, I mean, if I'm also understanding correctly, if it's concerned with people's own, like their lived experience, their subjective experience, how
Yes.
they name certain things, it sounds like a the word
It could be
that I like.
phenomenological.
It sounds very phenomenological in terms of its design style. So I think if your question is around design style, no man, everybody's laughing at me. Laughing with me. Let me rather say laughing with me. It sounds like a phenomenological design. And then if you're thinking about unit of analysis, even in describing, yes, you were saying it is individuals, and that makes sense. But you were also you're also going to look in terms of your analytical lens. You're also looking at the method in and of itself, and so your method is also a unit of analysis. I would suggest.
Yeah. And phenomenology, phenomenology and discourse analysis and social constructionism they do relate to each other, but they are also separate phenomenological analysis frameworks, like IPA, interpretative phenomenological analysis, that lends itself more neatly to phenomenology, but that doesn't mean it's the only framework. So I think my point is
Because I think where I'm struggling with is if phenomenology, because based on what you're saying, because obviously it's saying what is the essence of the lived experience, for the participants.
Yeah.
Like what for example, if I have to bring it home, I'd say what is the experience of being given a culturally significant name,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that would be that. But I was actually asking myself, narrative inquiry, what stories do these people do participants tell about their experiences and how these stories shape their identities? I think that's a point of struggle, I think, for me.
And I think maybe where the struggle sits is that the stories is the mode through which the information is created for you.
Generated.
So see that as the space in which information is produced, so that if you link that in more technical terms, that would more be a data collection approach.
Okay.
So I would frame,
You
I wouldn't,
understand me.
you know, so you've got your design and so forth. So the other key thing about phenomenology is
so
that
if my focus is on the name stories per se, would narrative inquiry not be a better fit than phenomenology?
It
If
all
the name
depends on
stories
the level of
themselves.
interest that you have in terms of your analysis. So phenomenology brings with itself a very specific interest when it comes to analysis and unpacking the experience of the person, recognizing that the person's experience is positioned within a range of other things. It's informed the way that you're also interested in the way that person is making meaning of the experience within a particular context. So I don't want to spend too much time on this because we do need.
No, I was just saying because I don't want the examiners to accuse me to saying why this, why not this, you know?
No, it's important
somehow because obviously the focus because can narratives fall under phenomenology? Hey, now I'm like you now.
Phenomenology, you're connecting narratives, but I think
can narratives fall under phenomenology? That's what I'm asking.
It depends on how you define narratives, yes, because narrative, I use the word narrative as an extract, as a story, as someone's, as an example. So I can say the narrative.
Oh, yes, no, I hear you. So I need to be very careful in terms of how I define it as well.
Yes. But I would say when Angelique popped this in the chat for everybody, the slides are in the chat. So if you want to have a look and just deep dive a little bit more. I think, colleagues, why I'm entertaining this conversation is for all of us to recognize that it's important to think about our designs, but also that we can use and borrow from different approaches for data collection to inform our designs or to complement the designs that we are using. So you don't only have to do
thanks
one.
now. Sorry for taking too much of your time. But I think somehow it unstuck me because it made me think. It's actually forcing me to think critically in terms of how I define it, because it makes a lot of sense in terms of data analysis. I think I'll have to go back to the design and think critically about it. So thanks for unstucking me in that sense.
No, that's great, and we're happy that we can help you. I think I'll also try, I don't know how Angelique did that, to paste in the chat, but I'll try and put mine in the chat, and then you can also go through those first couple of questions and kind of frame it just for all of us. I often think about, if I want to know this, then I'm going to do it in this way. If I want that kind of information, I'm going to ask it in this way, and that's basically your data collection. And if I get the information in this form, I'm going to be able to do this kind of and understand life in this particular way for this topic. So I think thinking through that trajectory for yourself in terms of your aims and getting to the goal is important. And I think that's one of the things that examiners often look at and will critique if that is not clear. So it is important that we have this conversation. So thanks for bringing that up and for engaging us in that way.
Now, and I think the point of actually just sharing these kinds of broad underpinning understandings of design styles and units of analysis doesn't mean that you're going to have something that fits neatly into only one design style. And so it's important to understand why something is identified as a particular style, and then to be able to say, okay, given my interest and the method that I have selected as appropriate, this would sit probably between a phenomenological or case study approach, for example. And that would be acceptable. And then look at the kinds of methods that are available to you within a case study approach or a phenomenology. Guys, I'm going to give up on that word now today.
I just want
just say pheno.
Yes. I just want to give a quick response to where is this person? Pumezile, who was asking about different design styles. And saying, for instance, if the first question can be historical, second question phenomenological, third question is ethnographic, and the fourth question is action research. I think that again here there might be different ways in which the information could be collected. As in the questions could be, you could use different methodologies to collect information for each of your research questions. That doesn't mean that you have to change the design for each of your research questions. So you could have an overarching design, and each question might be that it might have a different data collection approach. So you can use ethnography as a methodology, as a data collection methodology in a phenomenological study. Phenomenology doesn't excuse you from using case studies. My PhD had a multiple case study design and was interpretative phenomenological analysis. So these design styles dictate or shape the way we do. It's like Angelique said, our epistemology for our methodology. It's the way that we do our research is what these design styles dictate to us. But very often, some of these designs can also be data collection approaches. So just be aware of that case studies is a design, but it's also a way of collecting your information. And ethnography is a design, but it's also a way of collecting information. Grounded theory is a design, but it can also be an analytic framework that you are using. So these things are not only one thing. I hope that is clear, and that you are able to kind of engage with it at that different level. Think about it, digest it, and we hope that we can have another session. Someone said we must have one-on-one consultations. I think that would be great. I love working with students, if you haven't noticed yet. Shame. I think we will probably, HSRC will kick us out because our other work will stand still. We really appreciate the engagement in this way. Okay, thank you, Angelique. I don't know if you have a concluding comment or anything you want to add on your side, or if you are good. If you are, then you can just stop sharing on your side, and I will start.
Yes, I will stop sharing.
Session.
The floor is yours, Dr. Groenewald.
Okay, let me just put my phone off. Okay. Share screen again. It's screen 2. All right. Okay. So we have now journeyed through kind of learning about what qualitative research is, and that it's this overarching framework. And then we went into what does it look like? What are the different design styles? What are the different approaches that one could use? What are the different questions we can ask in all of those conversations? Now, one thing that I have learned is as a developing scholar, when I just came into the HSRC and just growing in the research environment and working with other developing scholars, is that often we think that when we know all of these background that we gave now, what qualitative research is, how it's supposed to be collected, we know our epistemologies and all of these things. Sometimes we think that translates into being a good, solid, qualitative researcher on the ground. And sometimes there's a hit and miss in being and I think we all know this term, being book smart and being applied in the way that is required for a research environment. And so because of that reflection and that experience, the one thing that we've been filtering into these sessions is what does it mean to collect good quality information? And often when we get to this point, it's much more an applied conversation than it is theoretical. So we've given you the kind of theories, the basis on which qualitative research is premised on. But I want us to shift a little bit now, and some of these things you might be like, why are you telling me this? But all of this information is that I'll be giving you now is really about shaping the way that research is conducted. And so this session is providing some guidelines for collecting qualitative data through interviews and focus groups. Now, why are we focusing in on these two? This is the most common approaches that are used in qualitative research. It's also part of other methodologies. So often when we use other, let's say, participatory visual methodologies, there's always an element of engaging with the participants. So whether you're doing photo voice, you're going to have to ask them about what they produced. Whether you are doing a workshop, there's going to be a level of engagement. And so this is about how do we engage with our participants in a more meaningful way. So as my starting point, good interviews make for good qualitative data. I think for those who have experience in leading qualitative research and those who have experience in doing qualitative research, there's nothing more frustrating for a researcher, whether actually you're qual or quants, there's nothing more frustrating than having research or evidence or data that is incomplete, that is not, for example, in a quantitative way, that is not completed well. So it's captured wrong, there are so many errors and it has to be redone, or the questions weren't filled incorrectly, and so forth. I'm thinking now more a little bit old school because most of the research is now, quants research is digital. But from a qualitative perspective, when the research is not at a level or at the depth or conducted in a way that produces real descriptive information, it can be very frustrating. So what we need to remember, I said before, as researchers, qualitative researchers, if we are independent researchers, we do our research, we collect our information, analyze and do all those things ourselves. When we work in a team, sometimes different team members are doing different parts of the research. And so by the time, for example, with me, I've got a team of researchers who collect the information and we engage with that information then once collected. But what we have to remember is that whether you are doing the research or someone else is doing the research and you analyze that research, that the data is generated through the engagement shaped by the interviewer. So if the interview was conducted well and all the questions were asked and they were asked in a good way, we will produce good quality information. If the interview was compromised in some way, the quality of our data is also compromised. So if we have compromised information, we then have severe limitations on how we are able to analyze and make sense and interpret the work that we have. And we then have limitations to the work that we all use when we talk about qualitative work, depth. We have limitations to the depth of the information and the depth of our interpretation for the work. So ultimately, knowing how to design research and how to operationalize research is great, and that is awesome, but it doesn't always translate into getting good quality data. And so we need interviews, and as interviewers, we need to be ready, we need to be able, we need to be willing, we need to be going when we're collecting our information in a way that is transparent, that is in depth. And so this is the premise at which the content that I'm providing here today is provided, is to make sure that we understand that it's not just, oh, I like to speak to people. That doesn't always translate into being a good interviewer, because there might be other things that you are doing that you are not necessarily aware of. And if you're doing a PhD or a master's, some of these things might come up when you're analyzing and your supervisor's looking at you and going, can you explain this a little bit more? And you go, but I don't have anything else to back this up. And so, yeah, so let's go into this. Let me switch my camera off just so that we don't take too much. Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's talk about the practicalities of doing good quality interviews or engaging with research participants for qualitative research. There are three kind of pockets of things that I think are important here. First is to be prepared. This is going to shape significantly how your interview is going to go, how you are able to engage with the participants, and being ready is key. Be respectful, of course, in terms of who you are talking to, and then being attentive in the space in which you are engaging. So let's talk about this a little bit more. Being prepared means ensuring that you know and you understand the work that you are wanting to do. What does this mean? It means knowing what is it that I'm wanting to research. So whether you are a scholar or a student busy doing your own research, whether you are someone collecting information as part of a team or a different research project, this is extremely important because students or participants are going to ask you questions. So even as a student doing your interviews, knowing what do I want to know. If someone asks me a question about my research, I need to be able to explain. Now, some of us use these big terms when we talk about our studies. I'm interested in the phenomenology of whatever, and you can't obviously translate that into research questions in that way, but you need to know what you mean when you do your research. You also want to be clear about what kind of information are you looking for. When you're doing interviews, are you interested at that level of the person's experience, or are you interested, we had this conversation earlier, in how that person's experience is embedded within other things? And so all of this is going to determine what those cues are if people are talking about certain topics that you will probe more into. And so if you are looking, for example, in focus group discussions, you might be interested, are you interested here at each person's engagement, or are you interested in the collective, as in the group's interest and engagement within the topic? I saw a hand now. I don't know if you want to plonk your question in the chat or if there's something problematic with the presentation.
Everything seems to be fine, Candice. I
Fine,
mean, I
okay.
can see everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
So again, being prepared means, being prepared means knowing what you are researching. If people ask you, what do you mean by that? You might have a question that is very simple, like, what has been your experience in living in this community? And someone might ask you, what do you mean, my experience? What do you mean? Nonkululeko, I see your hand. What's happening? Do you want
Hi
to
everyone, I'm Nonkululeko from Nelson Mandela University. My study is on the psychological impact of sexual violence on men or males. What I've picked up that when I'm collecting data is that I don't have.
Nonkululeko, sorry, my dear. Do you mind if I just go through the presentation and then you have your question at the end?
No problem.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right. Okay. The other part of being prepared is the materials that you are going to use. Now, this was much more of an issue when I was doing my research, which was not too long ago, but it was in the age, it was many moons ago, guys. But it was in the age of digital recorders, and actually pre-digital recorders, it was where we had batteries and all of these different things to do. But it taught us a lot about being prepared for what we need to do. So preparing the materials that you're going to use. You need to record your interviews most of the time, right? So how are you going to do that? What are you using? Do you know how the mechanism works? How it facilitates? Where do you stop? Where do you pause? Where do you delete? Make sure you don't delete. Do you need to charge this mechanism? These seems like very silly things, but these are the things that's going to determine whether you are able to actually collect your information. Because if your recorder dies in the middle of your conversation, you don't have data. And I can tell you the second round of engagement is not going to be the same. So make sure that you know where you're going to do it. Know where you're going to save, how the thing functions, where do you find the information post your interview. Make sure you know that. Prepare your other materials, your discussion guide, understand your discussion guide, understand the flow of it, know how the questions relate to each other. I want you guys to remember that an interview, a focus group, a workshop, any engagement with participants is not a tick box. Okay, I'm going to read the next question to you. It's supposed to be a conversation. I have been both a researcher and a participant. And being a participant, it is very frustrating when the interviewer doesn't know their work, when the interviewer cannot talk about, the different questions in relation to each other, when the conversation feels like I'm being interrogated in many ways, because it's just a question. So make sure that you understand that if you already asked a question, skip it. Right? If someone already responded to a question, don't go, okay, you've already answered this, but you have more to say on that. Rather say, you said this before, can you elaborate on something? So make sure that you treat the interview as a discussion, especially when you're doing sensitive research, making sure that you have a in-depth conversation rather than a set of questions. I hope that makes sense. Consent forms. Make sure that you know your consent forms, what participants are consenting to, that they know that they're being recorded, that all your consent forms are ready. These have to be signed before the interview can be conducted, whether it's a focus group, whether it's an interview. Make sure that all of these things are available. I can do a whole session on consent forms and the ethics and all of those things, but please make sure all of that is done. Make sure you have your notebook ready. And there might be some other things that you can think of that is relevant for your specific study that you are doing. If you're doing participatory research, for example, or visual methodologies, you might need other type of things to help you facilitate discussions. So make sure that all your materials are available to you. The third thing about being prepared is make sure that you have an appropriate venue. Now, a lot of our work might be digital, so in the way that we are engaging through Zoom and different platforms, might be through WhatsApp and all of those spaces. But still make sure that when you are engaging with the participants, that it's in a space that is private, it's quiet, it's non-threatening, and it's comfortable for the participant. This also relates to the type of topics that you might be interested in. If you are interested, some of you are talking about violence experiences, gender-based violence, that kind of work. Think about whether having a digital conversation is the best approach, whether, speaking to someone in a space where they might be engaging with the person that is giving them that experience doesn't put that person at risk, even more so in that particular space, or whether having digital spaces actually reduces risk. So the space in which you are engaging, whether you are doing that in person, telephonic, electronic, whatever the spaces are that you're engaging, and especially if you're doing in-person interviews or engagements, make sure it's a space that people feel comfortable with. Think about who you are speaking to, young people, older people, spaces and places, who's around when you're doing this type of interviews is going to really dictate how much people want to tell you and how comfortable they are in disclosing certain type of information. Other thing to be prepared for is challenging situations. So what if you interview someone who doesn't really want to talk about topics? They said yes, they'll talk to you and they're giving you one-line answers. This is where knowing what you're interested in becomes important, because you can then start thinking about alternative ways to get that information without asking the questions the way that it is. So when people, or maybe in a group setting, there's always going to be people who talk a lot and there's people who talk too little. So how are you going to facilitate engagement for people who talk too little? And how are you going to say, hey, sorry, Nonkululeko, I think you said enough here in this space. Can we maybe give Sipamandla a chance now to engage? How are you going to do that? What do you do when people are rude or just not wanting to engage with you. And sometimes, I don't know if you have experienced this in your work, but sometimes people can demand money or some kind of incentive to participate in your work. What is the approach? How does this align with your ethical commitments that you have with the work? And one way to think about this is to ask questions with whoever you are working with, right? What are some of the challenges that people have had? I mean, I've had many challenges, including being chased down the road in doing interviews, and all of these challenges might look different in different ways. But be prepared, because you don't want to be in a situation where you place yourself at risk in some ways, or you place the participants at risk in the way that you are doing the research. The second part, overarching part, is to be respectful. And I mentioned a little bit of this earlier, but remember that it's a conversation, it's not a talk. You're not talking at someone. So you are interested in their story. You are not a teacher trying to direct them on what, where, and how. And you want to be conversational. So make sure that you are respectful in that way. And you listen and you give people time to respond. Ensure that you create an environment that promotes engagement. So if you're coming into a space, you are serious. Think about when you're talking to young people, they want energy. They want to be, hi, how are you guys doing? Can we have this conversation? You want to get to their level. Older people might be like, hey, that's too much energy for me. So you want to think about what's going to be best for the audience you're speaking to. Some of you spoke about people who are survivors of certain kind of behaviors and experiences. So in that space, you're going to adopt a certain level of respect and engagement that might be different when you're talking about the different types of topics. So be approachable, be smile, be interactive. In the session, try and allow people to see that you are interested in what they are saying more than it being a research project, because that's going to allow people to open up a little bit more. Another issue in terms of being or concept around respect is, and I think I mentioned this before, is that make sure that you give people time to respond. I often think about my work and I often look at my work, and this is maybe a note for some of you, is where are the silences, where are the spaces where people don't respond or they take a long time to respond, they don't engage well with certain questions. And the silences in itself is a finding and a theme. So sometimes it's number one, people might be thinkers where they're taking their time and now you're rushing through and now you never got the insights because they were just taking their time. Or it might just be a topic that is so difficult for people to discuss, or they never thought about it, or whatever the case may be, that they don't have inputs for that. But the finding that there's a silence or a difficulty around a certain question is also something important for you to engage with in the work that you are doing. Knowing your audience and being respectful in this way, as I said earlier, is that different age groups will engage in different ways. And you can incorporate, icebreakers and those kind of things to facilitate the discussion in the beginning. Ask different types of questions to center the engagement and make the participants feel a little bit more comfortable. And I'm sure some of you have, some stories to tell about what you have done to facilitate this. But these very practical tips allow you to get to that level of depth that you want in your interviews. Again, here, be mindful of your own perspectives. Remember, you're there to collect information. You're not trying to direct the conversation. You're not trying to intervene. You're not trying to teach the participants something, unless that's the intention of your work. But you want to try and remain neutral. Now, when I say this here is, sometimes people will discuss topics or mention things, especially with young people, might be saying something that you are not completely agreeing with. You might speak to a group of men about their engagement, their relationships, and a topic around abuse might come up where they are explaining that abuse to you. And so that might be a space where if you intervene or provide your perspectives too soon or too early or engage in some way, you're going to completely shut down and not get that level of in-depth information around why abuse occurs and what that means for men and that kind of things. So think very carefully about how you engage with your participants and be aware of your own perspectives, especially when you're doing difficult research. Because that can be very, very challenging to do. And then being respectful also means being transparent. So I don't know how you feel, but if I'm sitting in an interview and someone's starting to write something down, and maybe it's because of my psychology training, I would start thinking, "Oi, what are you writing there? What are you seeing about me that I'm now not seeing?" So be transparent when you're writing something down and make sure the participant knows, I'm just documenting what you are saying, just making a note on this and that so that I want to come back to it later on. And in that way, again, someone doesn't shut down. Very simple things, but these really influence how you engage and how participants will engage with you. And then lastly, being attentive means knowing your audience. An example here is around research sensitivity. Many of you spoke about research, like sensitive topics that you might be doing. And sometimes you might not think of your work as sensitive, but talking about how you grew up, sounds like a very broad, simple question, but that could be something very sensitive for people because they had sensitive experiences in it. How they think about themselves in relation to others in the community could be a sensitive topic, even though it doesn't sound like there's a risk in the question very overtly. So in groups, for example, some people might be uncomfortable to discuss certain issues. And so think carefully about, again, the mechanisms that you use to collect your information and whether that's the best approach for what you want to do and for the audience that you have. But also think about if you are interested in how people are talking about a certain topic that is controversial in a group setting, know how you're going to handle certain topics that might be uncomfortable to discuss. And so think about how best you can phrase those questions. Sometimes it's just important to recognize, listen, this is a difficult topic. So let's just put that on the table and then go into the depth. But just think about the audience and the sensitivity. Be mindful of who you are. Most of the times we're interviewing people that don't know us. And often we think that might be easier to tell someone they don't know us, our experiences, but that can be difficult for some people to disclose in that way. So just be mindful of that. And then lastly, you want to, especially in group settings, sometimes it's easier to focus on broader questions rather than the individual. So for example, if you're talking about to a group of people, asking in that group, why do you drink alcohol while studying? I hope none of you do this. That might be a bit more intimidating than to maybe ask a question, why do you think students in general do it? And then go into, okay, so we've mapped this out a little bit. Is there anyone here who does it? Or completely avoid that question and say, how do you feel about that particular outcome? So often, this is why I see ethics committees push back with group work, especially. It's trying to prevent disclosure and engagement at that level where people feel pressured to provide that information, and rather ask people to think about how they feel about a certain outcome rather than their subjective experiences. I think that's the last slide. Okay, so this is just some practical tips that you might have known already. Some of you are already talking about your analysis that you are doing. But just to be aware of, and again, to come back to the point that the way we do our research, the way we collect, whether we are being respectful and attentive and listening, and we're trying to connect different kind of parts and questions, that is really going to influence how we are engaging in the research that we are doing. I just wanted to check, my slides are stuck here. Let me just stop sharing. I just want to see if there's any questions, Angelique. My thing is stuck here. Or any comments?
Do you want me to help just to navigate the questions?
Yes, please. I just wanna
Okay.
I didn't see any as I was talking, but maybe
So
there's
the first question from Luntu was would the data be compromised if maybe the participant answers a question that has not been asked? Yeah, I think that's the question.
my quick response there is no. Compromised data is more around so if more often than not, participants are going to let me just put my camera on. Participants are going to respond with things that you might not have asked, and respond in an alternative way to what you have asked. So, for example, always make this example. Angelique is driving to the office. As she's driving to the office, there's so much traffic, and a guy just kind of drives in front of her, and she's just annoyed by that. And then she gets to the office, and I go, "Hey, how are you doing?" And she looks at me and she goes, "You know, this guy just drove in front of me. Do you know how annoying that was?" And da 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 da. And she goes and she just tells me all of that. And that doesn't respond to the question of how are you doing. It rather explains something that has just happened to her. So quite often we are engaging in conversation, and other things are going to come up. For those who have completed a master's or a PhD here, you know that when you're done with your study, there's so much more that you could do with that work. So no, your data is not compromised in that way. Compromised data is more about questions that were not asked, questions that were not probed on. If someone, for example, if you're interested in understanding people's experiences in a particular community, and you ask the person, "What was it like growing up in this community?" And I respond by saying, "Yeah, it was okay. Okay." And then you go, "Okay, thank you." And then you move on to your next question. What's compromised there is you don't know what I mean by okay. You don't know if it was good, if it was fine, if it was what okay means. Even if I said it was a really great community and you move on, you haven't probed for you to be able in your thesis to write up. Participants describe the experience in this community as X. Because what you're going to say, people describe the community as okay. So compromised data is looking at it from that level, is ensuring that when you leave your interview, without burdening the participants, so let me just say that, but that you leave it with information that you know is going to give you that depth that you are looking for. So there's depth in doing the interview, but also depth in your analysis, which we'll speak about just now. Yes, I agree, Carmen. Mindful of fatigue is important, but especially given the type of research that you are doing. Sometimes I find it is great to take breaks in between your interviews. It also allows you to reflect on what's the word I'm looking for? Data saturation. So you might interview your participants, you might get to the fourth participant, and when you sit and reflect on how things have gone and you really think about what has happened, you might feel like you've reached that saturation or not. So having those breaks in conducting your interviews and giving your body time to reset. I know, Carmen, you're coming from conducting a very specific type of interview, so that sensitivity there is important. But yeah, I think in general, just to make sure that you're also still in it as a researcher, because otherwise it just feels like, I'm just doing interviews after interviews after interviews. And it can get a little bit much, especially in the rush of finishing a degree. I think we all can relate to that. So yeah, thanks for that tip.
There was another question from Sipa Mandla about, can you ask participants if you can record the interview sessions and also provide ethical clearance to them should this be necessary? And I mean, the easy answer is yes,
You have to. It's not a can, it's a must. So please be mindful that whatever information you collect and the style in which you collect that information, you have to get consent for that. Whether you're recording visually, whether you're taking a picture, whether you are making notes, whether you are transcribing as you go, whether you're asking them to give you pictures, any mechanism through which you're taking information from that participant has to get consent. And your participants must know all the ethical concerns that's associated with your work, what the values of your work is for them, if there are any direct or indirect values, and if there are any direct and indirect risks of participating in the work. And this is going to be different, and it will depend on the type of study and the questions that you have. But all of this is going to be influenced, and not just influenced, but dictated by your ethics committee. So I hope that that is clear. Yes.
There was also a question around a universal rule that dictates the maximum number of interviews for qualitative research. And I think you did sort of speak to that around when you spoke briefly about saturation.
Yes,
Yeah.
about saturation. So there are, I'm trying to find it now, and I think that's where my slides stop. But there are guidelines that dictate your interview, so what I'm looking for, the number of participants in your interviews. I can't find the reference in my head right now, but normally it's around, depending on your studies, for masters, PhDs, I think it's going to depend on the type of study that you are doing. For example, phenomenological analysis, if you are following a participant for a very long time, you can have one person as a case study that you are analyzing, but that's from a psychology kind of clinical perspective. So it depends on your design, depends on your data collection approach. For interviews specifically, I think there's no maximum number. There is minimum numbers, which is around 10 to 12 for interviews, and then around, I think, 20 or something like that when you're doing broader kind of focus group work. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I think
maximum would come to saturation.
Yeah, and I think of course there isn't a maximum number, but whenever you are dealing with numbers of research participants, you also take into account the time that you have available as well as the resources that you have available. So maybe, if all things were equal and you had an unlimited amount of money, you could interview as many people as you want, but you might be constrained by what would be considered a minimum number to reach the objectives of your research. But it would also be influenced by your design. So if I can reflect, for example, on my PhD, I did a mixed methods. I analyzed a large amount and linked a large amount of quantitative data. And alongside that, it was considered that about 25 participants for the qualitative component of my work would be sufficient at PhD level, because I'm also doing a quantitative component as well. So the design plays a role in terms of what would be considered a minimum number of acceptable participants to be able to reach the requirements of a degree level. Thanks.
Yeah, and also just added to that, if you, depending on how many times you are engaging with that participant, as I said earlier, you might be doing multiple engagements with a smaller number of participants, tracking them over time, for example, or asking them different types of questions about whatever it might be. So sometimes it's about the level of engagement rather than the number of engagements. But this is all determined by your design. But again, recognizing that masters and PhDs need to get done. there is an acceptable guideline around what is acceptable, as Angelique has said, for a master's, for a PhD. So there are a few out there. I can try and find some of that. It's somewhere. But I mean, if you fairly easily just Google that, I think you should be fine. There was
And
a
then
question around engaging
government
officials,
officials, yeah.
politicians.
And
I
I
think
mean
that,
that's a
yeah,
constraint for all of us.
yes,
You know, we all find it quite difficult. Normally the strategy that we follow within some of the case study research that I've done that includes interviews with quite senior officials, we would have either senior and more established researchers engaging that component of the stakeholder group, which allows you sometimes to just have easier access. But also their time is often limited. And so what we find is that in terms of our interview schedules that we have for government participants or public officials, these also tend to be shorter than we would have, for example, for the youth participants in our stakeholder group.
Yeah. I do want to also say that that your approach to saying that this, I'm just trying to find the person. Mine was never got response to ended up doing this report as a limitation. I think that is important, and this is part of the silences I was talking about earlier. There are silences that will exist in different spaces in your work, and sometimes it's thematic or analytic, or you can find them in an analytic or thematic way, but sometimes it's just practical things of my methodology or approach or engagement or participant level or whatever, just something happened there that produced this type of silence. And here the silence is a physical silence from people, right? So I think reporting that as a finding is critical. Why is this critical? I mean, I'm looking at 3 people here: Beverly, Dominique, Pilasanda, Sunday. All 3 of you are talking about the same problem. Now, you documenting this is critical for us as researchers to go, why are government officials so sticky to get to? If they are the people that they're working for us. We're not here to support them. They're here to make our lives easier. They're responsible for our livelihoods. So they should be available to talk to us about certain topics. So that evidence to show that it's difficult to access them allows us to say something and to interpret that in a particular way. It also allows us to think about, oh, Pilasanda Sunday maybe used this approach to engage with them. Maybe I shouldn't use that approach and use a different one. Or, you know, Dominic might have didn't think of this, whatever event that was happening, and so people couldn't respond. I'm making things up here, guys, so please don't feel attacked in any way. But having that evidence is important because it allows us to think about how to engage with that particular sector. But I agree with Angelique, it's an extremely difficult sector, so don't feel like you did something wrong. It's difficult to get into government and to engage at that level. And I know that it's very sticky and red tapey. So yeah, okay. I'm going to give another few minutes just to see what there is else in the chat. My studies on sexual violence. This means I need me to change it, or I can write in the limitations. Contract victims only. So I would, Nonkululeko, on your question around sexual violence in your study, you can interpret it as a finding. So when you requested participants, this was a finding and this is who you got and that is it. It's not necessarily a methodological limitation. You can interpret it as a limitation, as in the scope of work reaching or being transferable in qualitative research, not generalizable, but transferable to other victims or survivors of sexual violence, depending on how you want to refer to them. So there's a limitation in that transferability to other to people with different experiences of sexual violence, so you can engage at that level. But it's also that when you recruited participants, this is who you got. Now, I want you to be critical when you talk about that around how you recruited. Guys, I want you guys all to be part of my lectures because we talk about all these different things, but your recruitment, how you identify your participants, is crucial. So I would almost want you, Nonkululeko, to go back to what did you ask? How did you define sexual violence? Who did you go into? And even if it was, I had put this ad, very basic approach. I put this pamphlet up in a support services space, and I asked for people who have experience in or who are interested in this, or I work directly with a social worker to identify persons because it's a very specific group of people, sensitive group of people. So even if you were explicit and you only got a certain group of individuals or people with certain types of experiences, that in itself is a finding too. So just because you got a certain group doesn't mean that you did something wrong or were not explicit enough. Sometimes we are only able to access a certain group of people. And sometimes it could reflect people's perspectives or perceptions or ideologies around sexual violence being something, being a single thing rather than entailing multiple experiences. So I hope that that helps you think about that. But no, you don't need to change your participants. You can just describe what you found in your group. Okay, great. In a focus group, when I only have 3 participants who came for the discussion instead of 8 to 10, can I still continue? Oh, this is very difficult. So this again, I would try to see if you could this is challenging. So I've had this before where you are facilitating a group discussion and then oops, show up. And then you sit there and you go, do you now say sorry to the group and ask them to come again? Or do you engage with them in that way? My response here is going to be somewhat of a ethical, moral kind of response. And again, you'll have to check this with check this response in relation to your ethics commitment and your methodological approach. A focus group has a certain number of participants, right? And does that classify it as a focus group discussion? Probably not if you're going to go into a textbook. But did people set aside time and effort to come to you and get and engage with you as they said they would? Yes, they did. So I would weigh up the values and the risks of not doing and doing the interview. So the risks of not doing is those 3 people don't come back next time. They go, this guy, person, Gladys, this person set up an interview and they didn't show up, and so I'm not going to come next time. There's also a conversation that you can have with that group right around, listen, this is the case. We would ideally want to have so many people. Can we collaboratively decide whether we continue or not? Always engage your participants when stuff needs to be rescheduled or changed, because that shows respect. It shows that you're being prepared. It shows that you're being attentive to them. It shows that you're respecting them. So I hope that helps you. You can cancel it, but I would say cancel it with discussion with them. So don't just go in and say, guys, we're canceling this, no one showed up. Say, this is the intention of the work. We really wanted to engage in a group setting. This is why group settings are important. We know that we are less than what we wanted. Do we think we can continue, or is it okay for us to reschedule for another time? I hope that helps you in thinking through that. I'm going to entertain, let's say, 3 more, because I do want to start by 1:15 with the next session. So let's just go more. Thank you. My study is that I'm interviewing 4 pastors of 4 specific denominations. Oh, I'd love to hear about your study. Within a specific geographic area. Okay. Each one representative of the denomination. Would I need more folk? Are you using a case study design? And what is your unit of analysis? I would say for that. So if you are treating the pastors each as a subjective case study, so you're having, I see it almost as a multiple case study design, where the overall case study is pastoral work, and you are going to look at that through these multiple cases as how it is constructed within these different denominations. Just an example, not saying it is what you're doing. So depending on how you are framing that work and your overall design, that would dictate to you whether you need more people or not. Added on to that, what is your research questions, and are you reaching saturation with the 4 that you are speaking to? So are the same things coming up every time you speak to them? And is there a space that has not been attended to that you need more information on? So if you were asking about a specific question or issue, that the interviews that you have right now is not tapping into that objective yet. It's not giving you that level of information. I would suggest that you add more. I would in any case suggest that maybe you think about adding more participants, but that suggestion is not coming from an informed perspective. So I would say, think about your design that you are using, if it's case studies, and how you are defining those case studies. And then think about what is the data that's coming up so far, and whether you need more information on something. I hope that helps you think about that. But yeah, like I said, if you're doing phenomenology, 1 person is enough, but it depends on how many times you're engaging that person. And the same for them, I would say, is it that you need more people, or do you need more engagement with them? Because you would then, if you interview them more than once, you have more interviews to analyze. And like I said earlier, it's not always about the quantity of the participants, but the quantity of your engagements with that participants that gives you the depth that you require. So all depends on how this was framed in relation to your design. I hope that helps you. Okay. Let's see. Okay, last one. Let's see. Where am I? How do I approach a situation where a participant is uncomfortable to share the questions truthfully while recording, but right after finishing the interview, oh, I've had this. They go back and elaborate more when I write it all down. Can I still integrate the notes into transcription? You can. So what you do want to disclose this. And why do you have to disclose this is, remember, when we write up our qualitative work, the extracts, the quotes that we use from the engagements become our evidence. So if there's stuff that this person is saying that is in depth, you want to be able to disclose how that evidence was produced. So there's a finding in this, though, methodologically also, is that you can report on this as you did now, that there were questions and topics that were asked of that made certain participants uncomfortable, and they were much more comfortable or willing to disclose their experiences while not being recorded. And so you can talk about what is it that recording meant to them, how that particular way of approaching this work, especially sensitive research, things that, oh, is my mom going to hear this? Or how are you going to use this information? Or, if it's something about that can get me into trouble, I don't want to be recorded for this. There's an acceptability around being descriptive about how that evidence was then generated, even when you don't have the actual recordings. You can still use your notes as a sample of evidence for what you are going to report. So as long as you disclose, and again, your reflexivity becomes important here, and qualitative research is about being descriptive about how you're doing work, and how you're producing the information. So I hope that helps you. So the short answer is yes, you can integrate that notes. We expect there to be notes and all of those things that are being filtered into the work that we do as qualitative researchers. Okay. All right. I mean, there are so many other questions here, and I am so sorry. I'm going to, maybe there's only 3. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, I think I wanted to maybe respond to
Angelique, yeah.
Phumezile, question around, and I think it's something we touched on before, which is about whether you can use different design styles in relation to different research questions that you have in your study. And I think the answer there again is your design precedes your method of gathering data. So the design is your overall orientation to a research, to answering a research question. So your research question could be answered using an action research approach where your engagement with a participant is going to be dictated by the prescripts of action research. However, if you've got a phenomenological design, then the way in which you answer that question is going to be different and going to give you access to different kinds. I think the easy answer to that question is that the design is the overarching orientation to your research, whereas your methods, you could be using different methods to answer different types of research questions within an overarching design. In saying that, we do know that designs can also be multiple, so you might not just be using one design, but I think the confusion here is maybe about design being the overarching orientation and then methods being the different ways in which you're going to gather that research. And so just for people to be clear about that.
Yeah, yeah. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. I think just comment to your question, I would say document the full study as much as you can. Con was asking about doing an autoethnography prior to implementing a full study. And I think documented both. It doesn't mean that it will be documented perhaps as part of the full PhD. Again, please go with what your supervisor says. But I think that autoethnography speaks to the reflexivity. And so that could be a chapter and a paper, of course, that describes how the full study came about and what that has meant. So yeah, document, write it up. Please come to UWC. I do. I am an honorary research fellow at UWC, and I'm going to be hosting some lessons there as well. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next session. So just give me a minute to just reorient myself quickly. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear my little one screaming in the background, so I'm just trying to give her time to move away. The likes of being a full-time working from home mom. Did you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Sorry, guys, just give me 5 minutes. Okay, I think I'm back. If you hear a scream in the background, you know what's up. Anyway, okay, you can see my screen. We're gonna move on to, thanks, Walter, for the light there. We're going to move into analysis now. And so if we think of our journey so far, we've now gone through what does it mean to be a qualitative researcher? What does it mean to collect information? And obviously, if you don't see the pathway, we're trying to work through the trajectory of how qualitative research is operationalized, right? So we've operationalized what it's going to be. We've now collected our information, or rather, we've thought about what design, we've thought about what mechanisms to collect the information. We've now gone, collected our information, done that in a very applied way. And now we need to think about how do we make sense of what we have? How do we now interpret everything that we have? And this is obviously what qualitative analysis is about. It's about thinking about taking the information. This is really what analysis is. It's taking the information that we have, whatever forms that is, and translating that into something that is interpreting that information. So I'm going to just speak a little bit about that and the different ways in which we can analyze information. Now, for time, but also time in terms of session time, I'm going to focus on specific analysis approaches, because these ones are, I guess, the most known, and some of you might be using different approaches. I know I've used different kind of approaches. But so see this as an introduction to analysis, just to help you frame through thinking about analysis in that way as I described. It's the process of translating what the evidence that you've collected into a usable form and making sense of it. Right? So there's a difference between coding and analysis. And when I teach on coding and analysis from a kind of atlas perspective, I always say that coding is putting things into pockets of things, saying this extract goes there, this goes there, that goes there, this fits with this. This is about experiences, this is about perceptions, this is about green, this is about blue. And analysis is going to the blue and going, what does this blue really mean? So just to bear that in mind. So analysis is really, again, as Angelique has already primed us, right? Our analytic technique, and I think this is evident in our discussions that we've been having now, is that every component of our research journey or component of our research framework that we are using, this broader design, has to fit in with each other. So our analysis is about the research questions. It is about the framework that we are using. It is about the level of depth that we are interested in. It is about the kind of interpretations we are wanting to make about the research. And so don't just think about, oh, I'm going to do thematic analysis because it is easier to do. There's a purpose and a reason for that type of analysis. Or, oh, I haven't heard of discourse analysis before, I'm going to do that. Don't do that, because there's a purpose for that. Okay, and if you are doing a certain type of framework, for example, if you're doing a phenomenological framework, you might be looking at much more depth of analysis. And so your analytic approach has to link up with that particular framework that you are looking for. Okay, so I want to talk about these kind of 3 different types of analytic approaches that one could use. But I'm going to zone in on thematic analysis and discourse analysis for this presentation, But I just, and the reason for that is that content analysis is very similar to thematic analysis, but its positioning is different. So thematic analysis is essentially, I was my thingy dropping. Okay, so thematic analysis is basically the most known approach. I think most of us here will be familiar or have heard of thematic analysis in some way, or have been trained in thematic analysis in some way. And the intention here is to identify what are the broad themes or the issues that are coming up from your analysis, from your data that you are getting. So I spoke to our colleague who said he's got 4 different pastors that he's speaking to. Each pastor is representing a certain church or a certain denomination within a particular space. And so I am wanting to see at the level of each person, each pastor, those 4 pastors, what are the primary things that they spoke of in terms of my topics at each level for each of them. And in that way, I can compare across the board what are the primary things that came up across my interviews. So thematic analysis allows us to look at them, and all of these analytic approaches allows us to look at each person independently, but also across the different interviews or data collection activities that we've conducted. The focus here is to identify, to analyze, and to report patterns of outcomes, patterns or themes as we call them. So that is why we call it thematic. We're looking for themes. Themes are just patterns of text that emerge. So it's a way that we, it's also an approach that we use to organize the information and to describe the information that we have in detail. So it's rich. It's to organize information, like I said earlier. A theme is a space where something gets plunked into. It's organizing the things that's coming in. But within that theme, we are describing and providing rich accounts within there. Content analysis is similar to thematic analysis, but often we use content analysis when we're using text, when we're specifically looking at text. You can use thematic analysis for text. I have often used thematic analysis for systematic reviews, for example, when I'm analyzing the literature. But content analysis is another approach that you can use. And again, it's about identifying and thematizing the different concepts that are coming out through the text that you are analyzing. And the content, again, content as in the information that you have that is not necessarily in the form of transcripts, but in the form of literature or reports and those kind of things. And the intention here is to transform that large amount of information that you have into an organized set of outcomes based on what you've gathered, and also then to come up with some summaries in relation to that. So that's content analysis. And then discourse analysis is very different to thematic analysis because your intention here is different. So this is about different, you can use discourse analysis for different types of content that you are generating. So whether this is interviews, direct interviews that you have had, whether this is analysis of text, whether it's policies, whether it is frameworks and so forth. But the intention here is to look at systems that are patterns. Again, we're looking for patterns, right? But pattern systems of text, whether this is, like I said, conversations, talks, dialogues, messages, reports, anything like that. But the difference with discourse is that these patterns that you are interested, these themes that you are interested, which in discourse analysis we call discourses, they are located within a social structure. So it's not just how, for example, it's not just how, sorry, I keep using your example of the 4 pastors, but it's not just how the 4 pastors experience being a pastor in general, but it is what are the discourses or the words that they are using or phrases they are using to define the experiences, and how do those experiences position itself within the context that they are finding itself. So in discourse analysis, we are interested not only in the theme, but also how that particular theme relates to the context in which we are interested in. So we're deliberately focusing here on, when we are doing discourse analysis, we're not just focusing on what are the themes that's coming up, we're focusing on how did people express themselves when they spoke about a certain topic. How often did they speak about a certain topic? Are there words and contents and things that are coming up that are explicitly used in a certain way? How are there overt meanings to the way people are using a particular term, or are they using it just kind of in a superficial way? And we're interested in those kind of patterns that we might not be as interested in when we're doing thematic analysis. Importantly, though, you can do a stepwise approach to your analysis, where you do thematic analysis first, and this might not be a decision that you make, but something that naturally develops, where you do thematic analysis, and then suddenly you go, actually, you know what, through this, I'm finding people are, when I ask them about this particular topic, they're using this word, or they're using this phrase, or there's a certain discourse or way of expression that is emerging that I want to look into a little bit more. And so now you might naturally move from thematic analysis into discourse analysis, because that is where your descriptive experience of the data has led you. So don't be afraid or concerned when you get to your analysis space and you are interested in doing something different. It's actually quite natural for that to occur. You just have to also think about how this aligns with your overall design. Okay. I wouldn't think that there would be a massive challenge in kind of shifting in that way. But we can talk about that a little bit more. So there's different ways in which one, like I said, I'm going to speak a little bit more just on thematic analysis and discourse analysis, just in terms of time for our engagement here. Previously, we've spoken about all three, and it's just taken a little bit more time to do. But essentially, as I said, we want to identify these patterns of text in the work that we are doing. Now, there's two approaches that one could use with any type of analysis, but thematic analysis especially is often the one that we start off with, if I can call it like that, where we can take an inductive pathway, meaning that I'm going to look at my text, my literature, my transcripts, and I'm going to allow the themes that I'm looking for to emerge from there. I'm going to look at things that are coming up organically, naturally, as I go along. So that's an inductive, meaning I'm allowing my findings to emerge. Deductive means that I have a framework, and I am interested in seeing whether people's experiences, their perceptions, their lived realities align with this particular framework. And so if you have a preconceived ideology around how a certain experience needs to be, or if you're busy testing a framework, it's coming from this deductive approach. It means that I'm now going to see whether the experiences fit neatly with the themes that's identified in this framework. So there's no right or wrong way of doing. There is an appropriate and inappropriate way. I say the same for when we identify designs, when we identify data collection. No right or wrong, there is appropriate and inappropriate. So you want to think about what is the best approach for me to use in identifying my themes. You can do a stepwise approach where you say, I'm going to analyze 5, especially if you're using qualitative software like Atlas. I'm going to analyze 5 of my interviews or 2 of my interviews. I'm going to identify emerging themes in an inductive way. I'm then going to deductively code the rest of my transcripts, using those themes, but also in an inductive way, allowing other themes to emerge. So we know, and this is where saturation comes in, thematic coding saturation now. We know that there's some things that are going to come up all the time. And so you want to name that one. So that's your inductive one that you kind of develop. But you deductively use those codes to just organize the rest of your data as well. But you don't want to stop there. You want to make sure that you allow for additional themes to emerge going forward. So often we use kind of an inductive deductive approach in doing thematic analysis. And I think just another point around thematic analysis is ensuring that you're not just focusing on what these broad categories are, but also analyzing what they mean. I think it's for students, especially who are starting the first month, maybe a lot of engagement with analyzing, right? So as I said, coding is putting things into boxes, analyzing is making sense of what that means. So make sure that we're interpreting what those things mean in that way. I just want to check if you can still hear me, because I just got a notice saying my internet connection is unstable. Okay.
I can hear you, Vanessa.
You're good. Okay. And then the last thing I want to say about thematic analysis that is also important for researchers, especially at developing scholars like yourself, students, remember to pay attention to the groundedness of your codes. What do I mean by that? It means the number of times this code emerged. Now, Candace, why must I report a quantitative finding in my qualitative research? Well, the quantitative finding tells us about the strength of a code. I often see students writing, oh, a strong code that emerged, and then 2 people spoke of it. Now, you think it's strong, but strong in a groundedness perspective means the extent to which that code was represented or discussed across your different participant groups. Now, the groundedness is related to the amount of times that that code emerges, and that tells us about how strong the code is. But sometimes a code can be strong, or a theme can be strong, and it might not have come up across the board. And this again comes down to summarizing versus analyzing. So sometimes you might find something that is being spoken of only in a certain group. Maybe only females are talking about a topic that males are not talking about. And there you might talk about the silences, about certain things. Maybe younger people versus older people. Maybe a certain group of females are talking about something versus other females are not. So when you report on your thematic analysis or your themes that are coming up, make sure that you pay attention to not just summarizing, but interpreting. Make sure that you also pay attention to the strength of your codes and report that as the groundedness. It is a term. And also pay attention to the silence. Now, very briefly, there are various steps involved in an analytic framework has its own kind of stepwise approach, often a stepwise approach. And you might be familiar with this. Someone had just posted in the chat the Braun and Clark, and this is Braun and Clark's framework, where essentially once you have your documents, your audios, and all of those things, you are going to familiarize yourself. This is a step for doing thematic analysis. Listen to them, read, reread, and jot down what's the initial things that are coming up. These are the initial stuff. When I'm listening to it, oh, they're speaking about this, that. Your first step when you familiarize yourself is always going to be in depth. It's going to have a lot of information, but it's in the process of analyzing as we go along that becomes synergized into the different codes that you have or the themes that you have. So initial information you're jotting down, you're then going to identify, when I look at all of this information that I have, how do they cluster with each other to generate certain codes? You're then going to look across those codes. Okay, so now I've got 10 different colors here. I'm then going to look at, okay, I've got a turquoise, I've got a green, I've got a blue. Like somewhat linked to each other. Let's put them under sea blue. And, they now all come together in that way. And that's when your themes start to emerge. And again, you're going to review your themes. Once you have these themes, you're going to ask yourself, do they link up with each other? Do they need to cluster somewhere else? Are they fitting with my framework that I have? My thematic framework might be conceptual model that I am applying to the work that I'm doing. How do they cluster in relation to that? You don't have to make them cluster in a similar way. You just have to consider your frameworks when you are analyzing. Please do that, because that's another thing that we do skip. Then we are going to, so I've jotted my initial ones down. I've identified my codes that how they cluster with each other. I've looked at them again, and I've reclustered them again to identify my themes. I'm now looking at my themes to see is there any ones that I need to collapse with each other or kind of unpack a little bit more. I'm then going to define them and name them. This is very important. Think about how you are describing your themes, because you want to tell a cohesive story in your thesis, in your paper. You want these themes to match with each other. So let a theme also be descriptive, because if someone looks at your results and you say 5 themes emerged, when I read the names or the titles of that 5 themes, I want to be able to understand where you're going already. So don't skip the step of defining and naming, because it does help. It helps it facilitates the readability of your work that you're producing. And then lastly, as I said, make sure that you write up your findings and interpret, not just, I got these 5 themes. This person said that person says that, this person, next theme. This person said that, this person said next theme. Now, you want to also say, okay, when people explored these particular things, these are the 5 themes, but what does this mean? How do you understand this? How do you interpret this in terms of other literature, in terms of your framework, and so forth? So make sure that you do that when you are analyzing. Okay. The next piece of analysis that we want to talk about is discourse analysis, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier. But the process for discourse analysis also looks a little bit different. And the key concept here is not just about, this is very basic, it's not just about what people are saying, but it's about how this way of thinking or speaking came about and how it impacts others. So it's about the social context in which those discourses are being developed, reorganized, reperpetuated in different spaces. Thinking a little bit more, in a bit more depth around how the discourses are constructed in that way, which is why discourse analysis is often associated with social constructionism as a framework. So the steps is very similar in discourse analysis, and I'm here kind of summarizing the different steps for us. But it is, again, familiarizing in the same way as thematic, reading and rereading your work. And here, keeping in mind what's the intention of the study that you are doing, and how is it that people had responded through word constellation. So how these different words or contexts or phrases or emphases in the way that people speak, how have those came about, and what does that mean? You're then going to identify, again, your initial impressions, focus on how people responded. If there are pauses and silences and emphases and all of those things, it's this type of analysis that you might be interested in if you're interested at that level, is how people spoke, how they made sense of it, what they emphasized, and so forth. You again want to link this back to your research question. When I asked about this is the type of responses that I got. When I asked about this is how people made sense of X, whatever it is that you are interested in. So try and for discourse analysis, you definitely want to be a bit more reflexive and critical in interpreting the work that you are doing. You then want to, again, I'm very similar to discourse. I mean, you write your initial, to thematic, you write your initial themes down, you kind of try and locate them with each other to execute your themes or the codes and then move on to themes. But you are being very critical at this level to identify what those primary discourses, thematic analysis themes, discourses for discourse analysis are that are emerging as you are going along. Most of the time in discourse analysis, we mainly do we prioritize rather an inductive approach first before we move into a deductive kind of engagement. And deductive engagement is much more at the level of looking at all the codes that have been developed for each person's engagement or group's engagement, and then deducing how things can cluster, rather than this kind of inductive, deductive, inductive approach that I was referring to earlier on. But with how you
Recording in progress.
Hi, colleagues. Did I just drop off? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Candace.
Okay, because I think I just dropped off. Yes, you did. Okay. Sorry, guys. I don't know where I lost you. But I'm back. Anyway, so yeah, so the intention really here with discourse is the type of lenses that you are employing. And when we talk about context, context can mean a range of different things. We're not just talking about physical context, but it could be age-related context. It could be a social context, a religious context for some of us. Gender, for example, is something we might be interested in. And so when we're looking at these different discourses, it's also trying to make sense of how those discourses and those ways of expressions or those experiences are manifested within the particular context that we are interested in. So it's not just about what people say, but about how they say it, when they say it, and why they've responded in that way, or what they did not say that you expected them to say about the particular topic. So again, the silences is very interesting in doing this kind of work. So yeah, this is just a summary of kind of the flow that I spoke about earlier, and this includes kind of the content analysis approach that one could use in thinking about. And I just wanted to keep this as part of the presentation, because some of you might want to look into content analysis a little bit more in the work that you are doing. So yeah, so if we were to just summarize kind of the matrix in terms of these different analytic approaches, is essentially that the intention of your research must guide the type of approach that you are using. I don't want you to place too much emphasis or be too critical in thinking about, oh, my level of interpretation must be at a certain level in order for me to make a contribution to knowledge, because that is not true. If you are not interested, if you are not interested in that kind of socio-political context of the work that you are doing, that doesn't make your work any less critical than doing thematic analysis, for example. You have to think about how the type of analysis is going to produce certain types of information, and how that information is going to look, and also how that information is going to allow you to address the objectives that you have and the research questions that you have. So think of that first. As Angelique said, you have this design, you've thought about this particular data collection methodology, and then think about what is going to allow me to answer that particular question. I want to not go into questions now quickly just because of time. I just wanted us to maybe just go through. I have a quick Menti for us to just, or Slido, for us to just engage with. I will add these to the repository just now. So just for us to quickly engage on just some questions based on what I've now presented, a mouthful. But just quickly, a researcher interviewed, and this is just a quiz for us. I don't have a link. Actually, I actually just have but if you scan it with your phone, you should very easily go onto the Slido. Okay, so a researcher interviewed young women to understand the experiences of using masks during the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is just a quiz for us to see which analysis technique do you think would suit this interest. So the researcher wants to explore how women felt and the challenges that they face. So which technique do you think would suit this research topic? I hope you were able to access. Let's see. Content analysis, and I just put content analysis there as a guide, as an option. Thematic analysis, discourse, and IPA. And the thematic analysis is the correct answer. And obviously what gives it away is just you want to know people's experiences, the challenges and so forth that they face. Now, this is the answer that I'm identifying here, but obviously if we go into more details, it might shift depending on what you think. And thanks, Patience, you are correct with thematic analysis. Hey, we've got a leaderboard here. Quicks. Okay, the researcher has identified that women often use the phrase hopeless in their responses and now wants to understand the context in which this word was used. What analysis technique would be relevant here? Content analysis, interesting. Thematic analysis, discourse. So discourse analysis. And why am I leaning towards discourse analysis? It's the focus on context in which hopelessness is used. And again, this is a very basic example, but yes, I think if you were to use content analysis and also kind of look at how those discourses or that units, meaning units, are being developed, it might also be applied in this instance. But yeah, discourse analysis is the one that I identified here. And we got a leaderboard here going. And then just two last questions before we close. Maybe we'll just start. We'll just do one. But if you could just pop, what would be a good research question that would align with thematic analysis? And this is just for us to stimulate our thinking. So anything that you could think of. I see that there are 7 participants that are busy typing. And as they are busy typing, I'll just quickly go to our chat here to see if there are any burning questions before we close. So Joyce, yes, a deductive approach can be applied to content analysis. Okay, I don't know if it's Mr. or Miss Bucas for reflexive thematic analysis, I think is a good approach for what you are doing. So I think Clotilda, I probably, I'm not butchering your name, probably responded to that already a little bit around can we use thematic and discourse. Yeah, so yes, Lebogang, you can do content analysis and transcript. So I just didn't focus in depth on it because it's very similar to thematic analysis. But yeah, content analysis you can use like thematic analysis with different types of data, whether it's literature-based, text-based, whether it's audio even. You can use thematic analysis or, transcripts and so forth. So you can use it thematic and content and discourse, I guess, for a range of types of data. Okay, some good research questions that align with thematic. Chocolate relieves stress. I think that many of us will agree with this. I do not see how this is a research question, but I will take your premise and support it in that way. What are the barriers? How does the exposure to gender-based affect the way young women view marriage? Yeah. Tell me about your trading activities. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, so I think it's a few good questions that are being posed here. I'm trying to zoom through them, but I can't find my mouse in that way. But yeah, let me stop sharing. Thank you, guys. I hope that this was useful for you in this, and we will be sharing the presentations in a little bit. But yeah, thanks. I'll just see if there are any questions in this at this time point. Oops. Before we close, any other burning questions?
Thanks everybody. And I think thank you so much also just for your questions and your engagements. It really helps because sometimes these presentations can be very kind of conceptual or theoretical, and what really brings it home for people is when you can link it to concrete examples and work through challenges, in research as you guys have brought to us. So thank you so much for your engagement. I think my last few slides that dealt with the utilization of AI, I think is sufficient. We don't really need to talk about AI that much, but just to say, of course, we know that it can be utilized at all of the different stages, but what is important is really that in terms of the responsible use of AI, in terms of our usage or my usage, I tend to use it very much to simplify like the more routine tasks of my work. But the tasks that really require critical thinking, I wouldn't advise that we start off with AI in those instances, because there are aspects of course, algorithmic bias that underpins the responses from AI. We know these large language models are trained primarily in the North, so we need to keep that in mind when we are using it to inform our thinking. And you will see in my slide presentation, there is some examples of different types of tools that you can use at each level of the research process. So have a look at that. And I think you might also have noticed that Candace and I have used Notebook LM in some of our presentations. But the way in which we used it was to have our presentations prepared beforehand, and then ask AI to assist us in making it more kind of engaging, graphically, etc. And so for me, I tend to err on the side of caution in terms of preparing my own intellectual work, but then using AI to kind of maybe assist in the graphic representation of it, etc. So I think with that kind of brief input on the growing use of AI, I think I'll leave it there. I just want to also just thank Siwe for assisting us in managing the session. Thank you so much. And thank you, Candace, and thank you to all of you for staying on and engaging with us. Candace, I don't know if you've got any more comments.
No, just thanks everybody. It really helps when we have this kind of lively engagement. Don't forget to fill in the evaluation form. And yeah, the slides we will have up for you. I've been struggling to just load this up. I think it's my internet. But yeah, thanks so much. And we wish you well with your studies and the work that you are doing. Just keep going. You might feel like it's never going to end. You're going to end, and in a few years, we're going to be sitting in your session where you're doing training with us. So yeah, keep going, and well done on all the work you've done so far. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you, colleagues.
Thank you,
Bye.
colleagues. Thank you.
Thanks, Ibu. There's another
Recording
session
stopped.
happening now, yeah? So we need to drop off.
Yeah, it will be in a different
Okay.
link.
All
Okay.
right.
Bye.
You guys, bye.
Don't have to stop the music. I was just checking the view.
Hi, Lorenza, how are you?
Hello, this is Moses.
Yeah, no, this is Thabo.
Hey, Tamu.
Hi. I see we're missing Thembi Nkosi, Dr. Twalo.
Sibusisi, where will chair our session? I think she's online. Yes, she is.
Busisiwe.
Tabo.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna give you co-host, right? Okay.
I'm already a host. I was sharing
Oh
the
yeah, I
last
can see. Yeah,
session.
the last session. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
And also for myself and Dr. Susanna Friese, because we will both be sharing from our computers.
I can see Dr. Suzanne is already a co-host and yourself.
All right, let me just test. Window. Right. Tabo. So when I click share, is it share screen and will you be able to follow me and not share window, right?
Yeah, you can share the whole screen. It's
Let me
fine.
just test screen share and then you can tell me if you can follow my screen if I go, yeah,
Perfect. We can see.
okay.
I can see. I don't know. So what's this way? Can you see?
Okay,
Yes, yes, I can see.
Perfect.
perfect. All right, I think I'm sorted then. I'm gonna stop share. And yeah, we've still got a couple of minutes for people to
Yeah.
join.
Yes.
Susanna, do you want to test your screen, voice sharing, anything? In case you're talking, you're on mute. Hello. Hi. Can you just tell me if this thing, does it mirror? Does it display correctly? Because for me, it doesn't.
Yeah,
Yes,
seems
it
like
does. It does. It's
is it
fine.
correct?
because
Yes.
it's
Yes.
yeah, mirror image.
Okay. Because for me, it looks like it's
Yeah.
it's flipped. Okay. Sure, then I'll keep it on. It was a zero. We can start at 2.
Recording
so we
in
got
progress.
about 2 more minutes for people to join.
Well, I think we can start the session. Good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome back to the 7th Annual Emerging African Researcher Training Academy 2026. I trust everyone enjoyed their lunch break and is ready to what promises to be an exciting and highly practical session. My name is Sibusisiwe Mchani from the Human Sciences Research Council. I'm an economist and a research specialist in the EEE division. So welcome once again to today's session, Module 17. And it is my pleasure to facilitate this session on behalf of Dr. Twalo. So before we begin, please note that this session is recorded, and the recording as well as the presentation materials will be made available through the Academy repository after the session. And also to make this session interactive, colleagues, please feel free to participate actively in the activities and also to submit questions through the chat. So I'll be monitoring the discussion and also bring your questions to our presenters during the designated Q&A segment. Again, some housekeeping. Please use the chat for questions. Also raise your hand and you'll be invited to speak. So I hope, so Dr. Susan is also here, right? Dr. Lorenza? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Now, it is my pleasure, everyone, to introduce our presenters for this afternoon session. First, we have Dr. Lorenza, who is an accomplished social scientist whose work bridges research, policy, and practice to strengthen inclusive science systems, meaningful youth participation, and community-engaged research across Africa. She holds a PhD in psychology from Stellenbosch University and is currently a senior research specialist in the Center of Science in Society within the EEE division in the Human Science Research Council. Her research focuses on the relationships between young people, communities, and institutions within with particular interest in youth engagements, gender equality, sexual and reproductive health and rights, as well as community-based research and equitable science and innovation systems. Also, we have Dr. Susan joining Dr. Lorenza, who is an internationally recognized expert in qualitative research methods and artificial intelligence applications and research. She has more than 30 years of experience. Dr. Susan has authored numerous books, book chapters, scholarly publication, and has trained researchers from universities and organizations across the globe. And as the founder of the True Insights, she is a pioneer of the field of AI assisted qualitative analysis and is actively exploring how generative AI can be used responsibly and effectively within qualitative research. Her work also champions the ethical and transparent use of AI as a tool to enhance rather than replace human interpretation and insights. So, colleagues, those are our presenters for today's session, Module 18, and we are privileged to learn from two outstanding scholars whose combined expertise spans the qualitative methodology, software-assisted analysis, and the emerging role of artificial intelligence. So without taking further of your time, colleagues, I will now hand over to you, colleagues, for your presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Sibusisiwe, for that warm welcome and introductions. Hi, colleagues. Hi, everyone. I see we're currently 126 participants in the room. So minus probably 6 of us hosting the session, it's about 120 of you who came to learn, and I'm really excited about the session, and I hope that you will stay engaged with us for the next 2 hours. Please bear with us, bear with me as I find my bearings quickly. So I'm going to share my screen and just project the PowerPoint presentation. Okay, this thing is not in my way. Slideshow. All right. As Sibusisiwe said, I'm Lorenza Flux, and my colleague on call today is Susanna Fraser, and she really is the expert in all things AI related to qualitative research. So for this afternoon session, we are taking
Sorry, Lorenza.
Sorry?
Sorry, Lorenza.
Yes.
Can you please put your, I'm not sure if your presentation is on presentation mode. However, we can see the notes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, that's not gonna work. Let me go back where okay, no. Just a normal. Let me just stop share and then come in again. Okay. That means I won't be seeing my notes. Can you, Sibusisiwe, do you have it with you to show?
Okay, I have it with me. Let me share it from my side. Just a minute.
Apologies, colleagues.
Lorenza, you can share it. I'll show you where to hide your notes. Can you hear me, Lorenzo?
Yes. Okay,
I was
so
saying
I
you
go
can
back
share,
to screen,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Screen,
the way you shared, yeah,
share.
and put it on PowerPoint.
From beginning.
There you go. Now it's fine as it is. I don't know if you can see your notes. You want to see your notes.
That is a problem, but it's okay. Let me just take a go at it so that we don't lose more time. Okay. We already introduced today's session speakers, and I think now let's just take a look at our learning objectives for the day. So by the end of this module, which is very, very short, and I hope we had more time for this, but at the end of this module, we would like you to understand the value and the development of computer-assisted qualitative data analysis software, to know what it is useful for, to know, especially as you embark on your PhD journeys, doing your masters, and also as a researcher, as part of the HSRC or other research institutions. Working with qualitative data really demands or requires nowadays that we use software to manage our data. We will also hope that you'll have basic knowledge and skills to start your data analysis project using Atlas DI, and then also Q Insights. And then have a conceptual foundation of what is conversational analysis. So this part really is in the second hour where Susanna will take over and really talk to you about where we are currently in the world of qualitative data analysis, where in some sense Atlas laid the foundation for computer-assisted analysis, And then Q Insights is basically taking us into the future. But I won't say too much of that because that's the exciting part that Susanna will be sharing. And by the end of the session, you'll also be able to start your AI-powered qualitative analysis journey using Q Insights. And we're focusing on Q Insights today because it's really one of the tools that are fit for purpose, when it comes to qualitative data analysis. There are some people who use other softwares like Notebook LM. Some people even use ChatGPT, which is a no-no when it comes to qualitative analysis. But really, we're profiling Q Insights today. So what is computer-assisted qualitative data analysis software? And as I said earlier, it offers researchers a powerful way to manage, to explore, and also to make sense of complex and rich data sets. So if you're currently busy with your PhD, you've maybe done your master's, you've done interviews as part of your research process, and after your interviews, you sit with the transcripts, and it's really pages and pages and pages of data. So where do you even start? What do you even do with all of your transcripts? And in the earlier sessions today, my colleagues, Angelique Volskut and Candace Groenewald, they really spoke about what the qualitative methodologies are and the different ways of doing qualitative research. But for this session today, we will now talk about how do you analyze your data. And I'm not sure if they already started to touch on analysis, but hopefully it's just a catch-up or a recap for you in case you've missed it, or just a recap if you've heard it already. So computer-assisted qualitative data analysis software supports a systematic analysis while maintaining the depth and nuance. You will also remember from this morning's sessions that qualitative data, it's not straightforward. It comes with your own background, your own interpretations, your own lens that you put on to view your data. And to keep at the back of your mind is also your research question. I think that is foundational. The paradigms within which you work, but then also the disciplines within which you work. So your data is never neutral, and you are also not neutral. So what you bring to your analysis, it's important to note and to notice, but to know that also guides your interpretive journey or your analysis journey. And that's why those general softwares like ChatGPT, for example, it doesn't take into account your research question. It doesn't take into account, many of the contexts that you bring to the research, but also the nuances that you want to pull out of your research. So nowadays also the AI-assisted features enable accelerated early stage exploration of your data. It can help to surface hidden themes within your data, and it can also enhance interpretive accuracy. And I've already started to experiment with the AI-powered softwares, and it really is a value add, I must say. So I come from a phase of, data analysis where Atlas was just introduced or a couple of years on the market. And there were professors who didn't really believe in software tools. And now we've moved ahead even more towards the AI-assisted analysis. And I think also the value for me of a Afrikaans speaker, so English is my second language, the surfacing the hidden themes and almost like adding words to what you're saying via AI is really an added benefit. But there's a lot of drawbacks also to using AI analysis. And we'll talk about that as we get into the software a bit more. So really you can view your Cactus, your computer-assisted qualitative data analysis software. It's almost like a smart assistant that you work with. And a point that I really, really want to stress is that you as the researcher remains in control of the analysis. whether you use Atlas DI, where it's manual coding, or whether you use Q Insights, where it's an AI power, remain at the center of your analysis. Like I said earlier, it's your interpretive lens that you bring. It's your thoughts, it's your thinking, it's your sense making, and that is something that you cannot outsource that to the software. In terms of major uses and values of Cactus, it really helps you. It enhances efficiency and the organization of data. Like I said also earlier, when you sit with data that are, so maybe in your one research project, you've done interviews and you've done focus groups. Maybe you also want to bring in some of the literature in that field. And all of this, you can really create a basket of content that you work with on the one project. And I don't know how people used to do it without software. Well, I do have these images of me sitting with my PhD and at the analysis stage, really writing things up on big sheets of paper, putting them on the wall, highlighters everywhere, but then also your notes land everywhere. Your textbooks you write in, I like to write in the, those hardcover books where it's manual note-taking, and some of you don't even, I don't know, do you still use books? Pen and paper, that's not just an old school method, but there's actually a science link to it that says there's a bit more, the pathways in your brain gets laid a bit stronger when you write and engage more with your data and with actual text. But that's a topic that's, we're not going to go into today. But yeah, that was the manual way almost of working. But what I'm saying is that we can do both. We can engage with tools, we can engage with software and use what works for us. But again, you need to stay in control of the process. Also, computer software can strengthen the rigor and promote transparency of your analysis process. So we all probably, I don't know if you guys are like me, but a meeting with your supervisor creates a bit of anxiety. And when you know you've done your work, you've got everything in Atlas, you got everything on Q Insights, you always have something to show. So you always have a progress update ready. Should your supervisor, your line manager ask for something like, show me what are you working on? So the value of that really is that it's not like, oh, my notes, I forgot this notebook at home, or that one is lying there somewhere, or I can't remember what I wrote in. It's always there at your fingertips. And then the software can also lead to discovering deeper insights, especially something like Q Insights. It helps you to engage more with your data. And Susanna will tell us more about, how to do that. But it really helps you to think a bit more critically about critically on your data. So just to, I'm not sure if what the name, sorry, if Angelique and Candace spoke about thematic data analysis in their sessions, but let's just do a quick recap if you already heard this before. There are 6 steps that Braun and Clark outlines for data analysis. And they are sort of the OGs of qualitative thematic analysis. And it's based in psychology, but really used in the social sciences very broadly. Apologies. And the process starts with familiarizing yourself with the data. And then it goes on to generating initial codes, searching for themes or building themes, reviewing your themes, producing a thematic map, and then writing up your research report. And obviously this report can take on different forms like your thesis or just your research report for work. etc. So unfamiliarizing yourself with the data, there's different ways that we can do it, but basically it means immersing yourself in your data. It's reading your transcripts. It's listening to your interviews. Last month, I worked on digital stories. So it's watching the stories, listening to participants, seeing the visuals that they've added to their digital stories. And for my PhD, I used to listen to my interviews up to a point where I can almost talk with the participants. That's how familiar you come with the data. And together with that, it's again taking your notebook, your manual notebook. That's now even before you get into the software, making notes on in a little journal or your hardcover book, where you start to make comments on what it is that you're reading. Even on the transcripts themselves, put on your sticky notes, highlight those key phrases for yourself. That's even before you go into the software. Because honestly, I really don't want you to just skip ahead and put your transcripts in and you have no idea what in those transcripts are. Because then the software, it's only technical. And we need to clarify that from the beginning. It's the mechanics of the data analysis, but the real analysis happens in here. It happens in your mind, in your brain, how you make sense of the data. So firstly, you need to be familiar with your data. Then you start to generate initial codes, and that coding process, some people may say, like, even what is a code? Technically, it will be assigning a label to a piece of text. And but that label, it needs to link back to your to what the participants said. First of all, it links to your research question and almost your position to analyzing your data. What some of the common pitfalls that we see also with coding is a trap that I fell into using grounded theory, is the line-by-line coding. So you end up coding one transcript with like 50 codes, and you break up those segments of your data so tiny that later you get lost in all of those different segments. It's all part of the process, yes, but as you get used to it and as you practice, you start to not create labels for each line of text, for example, but you select meaningful pieces of text or of video or visuals as it relates to your research question. So you do not need to code every single thing. That's part of your intuition. As you engage with the data, you code what is needed or what makes sense. And that, to be honest, is one of the downsides of AI coding in something like Atlas TI, for example. It's not intelligent. If you said something now in this way, one participant, and then another participant says a similar thing, but in a slightly different way, the software will not automatically recognize, but it's actually the same thing. Then it applies a different code to what that participant said. So you might end up with many, many, many codes, and then it's a nightmare to clean up, to delete some codes, to merge some others, whereas you could have just, coded manually from the start. So now you've familiarized yourself, you've generated some of the initial codes, and now you start building your themes or creating themes. I watched a video the other day where a presenter said, your themes are not there lying under the ground and you need to go dig for it like a dog. It's you build them up, as you code. Then you start to put things together. Say, oh, this person speaks about the effects of screen time in this way, and this person speak about it in the other way. So, okay, so maybe there could be a code like the psychological effects of screen time on children. sorry, I just pulled that example now without giving you more context about it. But you get the idea. It's not something where some people say, I uncover or discover. You build up your themes from your codes. Then you will review your themes, and sometimes you will rename things, you'll clump some together, you will delete even some of the codes that you applied. Then you create your little system for yourself. Then you'll move on to producing a thematic map where you put your different themes together and then some of the codes that relate to the themes. And from there, you will write up your report. So that is, in broad strokes, the process that Bronner and Clark have outlined for thematic analysis. So before we go into to Atlas DI, yeah, just a few words on what we'll be doing there. So I'll briefly introduce you to the interface of the software. We will look at how to set up a project. We will look at some forms of coding, of memo writing, visualizing data, and then creating a report. I don't think we'll get to the last two because I only have about half an hour for this piece, but yeah, let's go in. I'm going to stop share quickly and just share screen again. All right, so the Atlas icon is this round thing here. I double click it. So Atlas is, you do get a paid software version, and that you will have to talk to your institution about, you know, getting access to it. But there's also a trial version which allows you to play with all of the features. Just put on my video, sorry, because looks like I'm looking away from you all, but I'm looking at a different screen. So there is a free trial version that allows you to play with the software and use all of the features, but in limited capacity. And you can actually analyze a small project from start to finish using the trial version. Yeah, then speak to your IT at your institution in terms of access to the software. So we've double clicked on the Atlas icon, and here is a list of previous projects that I've worked on in Atlas. And for now, for demonstration purposes, we'll look at how to create a new project. You'll also realize that this interface looks a lot like other Microsoft interfaces like Word, PowerPoint, also Outlook. So it uses the same layout. So we double click on a new project. Let's give our project a name. Let's say it's a demo project for Atlas session. And in the comment, you can write something about your project to give it a bit of context. Also, you can maybe even copy the abstract of, if it's like a funded project that you're doing, you can put there a copy of the project objectives, who's involved in the project, all of the things that, you know, give the project a bit of context. And also as your software, yeah, it's just giving context. Let's say this project is to demonstrate some functions of Atlas TI at the HSRC Academy. And then we click on create. All right, that is our new project. And how do we know it's new? There's nothing in there, there's all zeros. That's the name of the project we just gave, and that's the description. Project is used to demonstrate some functions of Atlas TI at the HSRC Academy. So to look at the interface briefly, we've got file, very similar layout to Word, PowerPoint, Excel, even Outlook, email, yeah. Basically all of the Microsoft layouts look the same. There we can create a new project, exit some of the options. You can play around with this. I'll just click the back button. Back to our home. And on the home panel, you've got different tabs. So we got the add documents, new entities, is where you can create new codes, new memos, new networks. A project comment is what we've added in the beginning when we created the project. We've got our navigator, which says what sits in this little block here. So if we want to just view the documents in there, there's nothing now. Or we want to put the quotations in there. Or we want to view the codes. Or just like it was at the beginning. And this will make more sense as you start working with it, because then there's actually something to view, actually something that you can engage with across, the different panels. So first things first, let's add some documents. Let's add files. And I've created a mock data set. Let me just tell you a little bit about the mock data set. Okay, so this is now where I found it. I've selected all of them, just like you would select a Word document or a PDF from your files. If you want to attach it to an email, you'll agree that it's the same look and feel of that process. We click on open. Nine documents were added. How do we know that? There's now a 9 under documents. So what are these documents? For illustrative purposes, I've created a mock data set, and it's made up data. And colleagues, please, when you do your master's, when you do your PhD, when you work for your institution, you cannot make up a data set. I'm going to say it again. You cannot make up a data set and write a paper about it, for example. All right. So this is really for illustrative purposes in the software. So for today's data set, I've asked ChatGPT to create a mock data set of including, well, let's say the topic I wanted to explore is the effect of excessive screen time on young children. And I've asked ChatGPT to create a mock data set of responses where responses from 3 children, 3 parents, and 3 experts. And Chat must create 2 paragraphs of responses for each of those respondents. And I've pasted or copied and pasted them into Word documents. And that is my data set. All right. I'm going to say it again. You cannot make up data. when you are doing your PhD, when you are doing your master's or any research, like a real research project. This is a play project, so it's fine for me to do that. Okay. So we are now in the document manager. And in Atlas, we've got our different managers up here. And it just sort of sections where you are holding different components of your research. So this is the document manager. Later, we will be in the codes manager when we start to create codes. Your quotation manager is where you can see a list of the tagged text that you have in there. And the memos manager will show you the different memos that you've created. And memos are basically what, like, your reflections on the data, or your reflections on your project in general, or your reflections on a particular piece of text that you come across. And that is, let's say, the equivalent of your hardcover notebook that you carry with you, that I carry with me. You know, as you engage with your data, you want to write something down quickly. That is your space to do that. All right, so what does our data say? We actually have not yet made ourselves familiar with the data. So let's read it quickly. Child number 1 is 11 years old, and they say, I like playing games on my tablet because I can chat with my friends while we play. Sometimes I say I will only play for an hour, but then it becomes much longer. And when my parents tell me to stop, I get annoyed because I haven't finished what I'm doing. I also forget to do my homework until later in the evening. At school, I sometimes feel tired because I stayed up watching videos. My teacher says I don't always pay attention in class anymore. I still enjoy being outside and riding my bike, but if I have my tablet with me, I usually choose that instead because it feels more exciting. So that's one of the children. Let's see an expert. So this is from a child psychologist. And remember, what was our research question is, what are the effects of excessive screen time on young children? So the expert says, research suggests that excessive recreational screen time can affect children's emotional regulation, attention, and sleep quality. Although the effects vary depending on age, content, and family context. Passive viewing for long periods may have different consequences from interactive or educational screen use. Rather than focusing only on the number of hours children spend on screens, it is important to consider what they are doing online, whether adults are involved, and what activities screens are replacing. Screen time that displaces physical activity, face-to-face relationships, or adequate sleep is more likely to contribute to developmental concerns. So that's one of the experts. And let's read just one from the parents. So remember the research question. What are the effects of excessive screen time on young children? And a parent says, I have noticed that my son becomes irritable whenever we ask him to switch off his gaming console. Family meals have become more difficult because everyone wants to look at a screen instead of talking to one another. It feels like technology is replacing conversations in our home. At the same time, I understand that children need technology for schoolwork and to communicate with friends. The challenge is finding healthy limits without making every evening an argument. I think parents also need to model good behavior because children notice when adults spend all their time on their own phones. Ouchie. All right, so shall we code? Let's go back to the first one. coding in Atlas DI, you'll remember from what I said earlier, coding is informed by your research question. It's informed also by your paradigm, how you view the world, how you view your data. But for the software purposes, it's really highlighting a text and assigning it a label. So you could be, sorry, let's highlight maybe the first sentence. I like playing games on my tablet because I can chat with my friends while playing. So I've highlighted the text. Now there are different options for us to assign a label. Let's go. You can see my mouse moving. I clicked on the plus coding sign. And now we type, let's say, engage with friends. And we click the plus. So now we've successfully coded one segment of text. Sometimes I say I will only play for an hour, but then it becomes much longer. When my parents tell me to stop, I get annoyed because I haven't finished what I'm doing. Let's say, sometimes I say I will only play for an hour, but then it becomes much longer. Let's say a lack of time awareness. Click the plus sign. And when my parents tell me to stop, I get annoyed because I haven't finished what I'm doing. Getting annoyed has got something to do with their emotional regulation, getting grumpy. You could even go as far as thinking, is that a psychological effect? But I think that would be jumping to a different or to a higher order type of coding. So let's say emotional regulation or emotional impact. Okay. I also forget to do my homework until later in the evening. And that, I think, is a clear educational impact. Because homework, education, it's not too much of a jump if you go, to that level. At school, I sometimes feel tired because I stayed up watching videos. So there could be a lack of sleep or feel tired, physical effects. Could it be, let's say, a physical? And if so physical, I'm now already starting to think, maybe there are other physical effects coming up in the data set. So I start to create my own little subcategories already, or a higher level category. So then I'll use the underscore, say physical. Let's say, what do we call it? At school, I sometimes feel tired because I stayed up watching videos. So that's physical. Tired because of watching videos. And colleagues, when it comes to coding, my sense is that you can be descriptive in your labels. Because when you look at your codes, it needs to indicate to you a bit more than just I can't say, for example, only physical effects. Because when I look at my codes across the project, and just at that first glance, it already indicates to me this has got something to do with tiredness, and it's got something to do with children watching videos. But if I only say physical, it can be physical in many different ways. So the more descriptive you are of your coding, well, that at least is my sense, is that it's better, or at least for the first round. When you later start to group your codes and build up your themes, that is when you can become a bit more abstract, because then you already know what's in your data. So I'm going to leave it with a long descriptive code. And again, that comes from my tradition of, you know, a grounded theory approach, where it's about staying close to your data, assigning labels that make a clear link to your data. And as you progress through the process, that is when you can, you know, aggregate them a bit more and build up your themes based on those different segments of text and based on the codes that you've assigned earlier. So now we've still on coding. Okay. At school, I sometimes feel tired. My teacher says I don't always pay attention in class anymore. Let's say affecting attention in class. You could also say less attention, lack of attention, whatever you want to assign there. And again, what I said in the introductory piece, where you are the researcher, you need to stay in control. You assign the labels as they make sense to you. Because in the end, it's you that will, you know, write up your report, write up your story about this data. And it needs to make sense for you so that you can communicate it better. There, yeah, when you use AI assigned codes, sometimes it's assigned at a very higher order level, and it leaves you feeling like you don't understand your own data. So staying close to your data is really my motto. We're doing really a line by line on this one. I still enjoy being outside and riding my bike, but if I have my tablet with me, I usually choose that instead because it feels more exciting. Let's say it limits physical activity. Physical activity. All right. So if you now look in your document manager, we can see that there are 7 instances, 7 quotations that we've created, 7 times that we have assigned a label to the text. And since I only got about 10 minutes left, I want to go to a different one that I created earlier today to just show you a bit more where the data have already been coded. Don't forget to hit the save button when you're done. Also, let's also look at how are you going to send your project to your supervisor, for example. You will click on File. You can create a snapshot of your project, and this you can save, and then you can also send it. I want to exit this one. Let's come back in. I'm sure there's a different way to go to the previous one. There's the demo snapshot that I just created. There's a demo project that we've created just earlier on. And this is the one of effects of excessive screen time on children that I created earlier on. So we looked at the different ways of coding. We've created a new code. Let me just go to document, double click on document 1. You see, this is the same codes that or the same piece of text that we just worked on with child 1, 11 years old. He likes to play games on his tablet and sometimes tired at school because they stayed up late watching videos. So on your codes, you can also now rename your codes. You can color your codes even. This is the code manager. I've clicked here at the top. And this is the different colors that I've assigned. And really it is just me playing along with this data. So for example, everything that has to do with digital literacy, digital, I make them pink. Impact of technology, I made it pink. Physical activity or educational, we made it purple. Boundary setting, anything to do with that, help with relaxation, some of the positive effects, we assigned it a color. And how did I do this? So you right click on the actual code, then there's a change color option, and you can literally choose your color. So anything that has to do with physical, let's make that red. Some of the negative are these psychological. We made turquoise. Become grumpy. Could that be a psychological effect? We made it turquoise earlier. Let's make that turquoise. So now you know how to color the different codes. You can also rename your codes. I see now the in vivo. Let me show you how to do an in vivo one. I can chat with my friends while we play. I get annoyed because I haven't finished. I also forget to do my homework until late in the evening. Say, for example, you want to write a paper on the educational effects of, excessive screen time for children. And this is a quote that you really want to maybe use later on. Or this is something that you want to use as a code. Forget to do my homework. You kind of imagine, or that in the data, there's a lot of instances where the children say, oh, I didn't do my homework. I don't have the energy to do my homework. I don't want to do homework because I want to play. Then you can do even an in vivo code, which means it just assigns the exact name, or the exact name of the code will be the name of that highlighted text. And a click of a button, there's your in vivo code. Forget to do my homework. That is now a code that is part of your codes list. You can rename codes. How do we do that? You can stand on, take your mouse to stand on the code, right click, and the box comes up where you can click on rename. So that code is now named as limited physical activity. Let's say limits physical activity. Maybe you had a spelling mistake or whatever. You feel like it needs a different name. You can do that. You can easily rename it. And also be cautious that when you rename a code, it will rename it at all of the instances across your project where you have used that actual code. You can also create groups. Let's do document groups. So these are, I clicked on my document manager there. So I select all the transcripts from children. I just a normal click, a left click on it, and I hold down the control or the shift key and go down with the pointer, or you can click them one by one with your mouse. Then we drag it to the side and we create a document group. Let's name that group responses from children. Create. I will now select it. So it's just a one click. Hold shift down, 2 clicks down, and create another group. Oh, wait. The other text. The same we can do in your code manager. If you now want to create a group of all of the education codes, select them, control, select the others, and drag it over. We create a code group for educational. And why is this useful? It's maybe later on in your analysis, as you think about your data, you think about your research, you want to write up different sections, or you want to use different sections of your data for different papers you want to write. And imagine this is a very, very large project, and there are like, I don't know, there's enough quotes that you can actually use that little section, for example, to write up a paper. There's enough data in our little data set obviously doesn't support that. So the best you can do is a 2-page report on this data set. All right, but you've seen now the functionality is clicking what you want to go into the group, dragging them over and dropping them there in the group. Memo writing very quickly, and then I'll go to Susanna. So there's click on memos, create a new memo. Say my reflections and create. So this is now your little blank space where you can write down, this is a space for writing down my reflections on the research process. I will write about my thoughts, about what happened in the field, and things that stand out for me. Yeah, and the value of this is really that all of this can become part of your analysis process. So imagine your PhD, you may be now at the beginning, you've done 1 interview, 2 interviews, and you start to write about what it is that you're seeing in the data. And as we know, qualitative research is an iterative process. It's you engaging with the data. It's going back to previous versions of what you did. So this becomes a record for you to go back to your memo space, right? And yeah, there's so much more you can do in Atlas. But I don't want to take up of the Q Insights time, because really I believe that's a very, very exciting piece. And going into the different functions in Atlas is also, more advanced training that we can do. You can maybe indicate in the chat if that is something that you'd like to explore more, the different functions, how to create networks, and then also playing around with the AI functionalities. So I want to just encourage you guys to explore with Atlas, to download the software, start playing, you can't break it. Import maybe even some of the, how about doing your literature review on Atlas DI? Bring in those articles, start coding them. You know how to code now. Highlighting a piece of text, assigning a label, save them in different groups. You can color them, you can rename them, and from there you can create a report and then start writing up. On this note, I'll hand over to Susanna on Q Insights.
Yes, thanks, Lorenza, for making this start. And yes, maybe I'm a bit of the, I don't know, devil's advocate is, the wrong word, but maybe I'm the future.
I didn't want to say it, Susanna, but I think we need to say it. Whatever we built up over the last hour, Susanna will say, okay, now chuck it.
yeah, I didn't
But
want to be, so
yeah, we needed to lay the foundation, because this morning they started with what is qualitative research. Now we're looking at analyzing your data, and that is really, sort of the basics. And even as people work in Q Insights, you need to know the basics. It's part of your, your foundation, because we all know that a house which the foundation isn't strong, it can't withstand, the winds and the storms. So yeah, basics are there. Over to you.
I will put it slightly different, but for everybody who is here, well, I was introduced at the beginning, just to tell you, I started or discovered these programs, and the Espen graph I started out with, and Atlas came later in 1992. After first did my first, I didn't really know how to analyze data, but that was, I was educated with quantitative method, and I thought I did do some interviews for my master's thesis, and then you kind of do what you kind of do, if you don't know how that works. And after that, I took a class, and in that class, that software was presented to us, and I really liked the structure. So the class was very much more about social constructivism and how to see the world, and about basically how we create knowledge. And so that's also, that's one of the foundations, basically, how we, as qualitative researchers, we usually don't see the world from a positivistic perspective, more from also that are different perceptions on the world, and working with our participants, and so on and so forth. And then John came with something very practical. It was still DOS back then, from line 5 to line 7, we attached this code. So now it's much easier with the mouse. So that was my beginning, and for many, many, many years, I taught people how to build a efficient coding system, because one thing is to kind of know now how to attach a code, but then also how to build a coding system. And I wrote 3 books about Atlas, or different versions, and also my learnings over the years. And so maybe I'm also think I'm entitled to say that, because when I realized the potential that AI has, I said, we don't need to code anymore. So it was December 2023, I came up with kind of that slogan, or maybe AI helped me to come up with it, but, stop coding, start talking. And at that time, at the beginning, also coding wasn't really possible with AI tools. And I don't want to say so much about, Atlas coding things, but let's put it that way. So a lot of people have been trying, using ChatGPT, and you find lots of papers doing this with ChatGPT, and then all the shortcomings and hallucination, and it's coming up with, only quotes from the first 2 papers, whatever. And for me, it's like, take that analogy, is kind of like, okay, if you go outside and well, it's winter now where you are, so maybe it might be raining. Yeah, here we have the hot of summer. Anyway, just imagine, it's pouring down rain, and you go outside, and you don't take an umbrella, you get soaking wet, you come back in, and you complain that you're wet. That's when people use ChatGPT and complain about hallucination or about other shortcomings. That doesn't work. Yeah. So ChatGPT is wonderful, or Gemini or Claude, whatever. I use these all the time, and I encourage everyone to use it because that's the only way to learn how to work with AI. And those people who use it every day, we all kind of, that is qualitative research or qualitative analysis, we all kind of develop different, not different, the same way of working with these tools. And one thing that also Anthropic, for instance, says, so also from even for if you use it for programming, vibe coding, or whatever you use it for, it's context. So don't be afraid of, you don't have to be prompting engineers. So that was in the beginning where we kind of had to know how to use prompts and prompt correctly, and the LLMs are smart enough now to understand our language so that we can really communicate with them as we normally talk. And I really like the microphone button. And we also have started to implement that with Q Insights now. You have to use Google Chrome for now, and only works in English and German. Well, I'm German, that's why we implemented that first. But that was my dream, and we're getting closer now in 2023 that we can talk to our data with the intermediary, of course, the LLM. But so a lot of things that weren't possible 2023 become more possible. So there is much more possible also in terms of what we can build when we build software tools. And yes, and I'm gonna show you a walkthrough, and I'll also show you Q Insights in a bit, but just give me, just some of those first words of describing it. I had a thought that probably comes back later again. So when it comes to working with LLMs, and that's why I talk about that sort of interaction with the LLM, and that sort of interaction you figure out while you work with it. It's not like Googling. It's not like asking a question. It's also like always thinking about. That's also what a lot of people complain about, that it's kind of missing the mark, or it's forgetting this and forgetting that, and it's incomplete. And that's why I said, yes, if you don't feed it the information, because some people say, yeah, well, it's this intelligent tool. And I said, yeah, sometimes it feels like it can kind of read my thoughts. No, it can't read your thoughts. You have to give it the context information. You have been in the field. You have talked to the people. If you collect data, you know the circumstances. All of that physical world, the LLM doesn't know. And that's what you need to contribute. And then the LLM can also, do wonderful things, but it can be wrong. It can be incomplete, but that's why you need to be there in that exchange. You need to be part of the analysis. And that's why I still stand by my sentence, stop coding, start talking, even though LLMs have become better in coding data. I wrote a book chapter for a book that's comes out now in October from Sage Publication. Generative AI for qualitative analysis, theory, method, practice. I think that's the approximate title. I edited with David Morgan, and we really tried our best to use ChatGPT for coding semi-structured data in only 150 cases, so very small samples. Because a lot of people tried to do this, and it's always not that I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm always trying and also proving me wrong. So going the old proper way, having an hypothesis, having a thesis, but also then try out things, and also like maybe also pushing. And that's also one thing. If you work with AI technology, if something doesn't work, don't blame the tool for, like my example with rain. If you don't take the umbrella, you get soaking wet. So always also question yourself how you have been using the tool. So it wasn't really working in August when we wrote that chapter. And then we got like the final proofs, and I was then more or less by accident trying again And also, of course, you also need to try these new models again. And then, oops, semi-structured data coding, if you have 150 cases, with the latest model of OpenAI and Claude was kind of working well. Gemini didn't perform that well. So things have improved. I would still be hesitant with this interview data because we don't have like fixed units, and it sounds very, very different. If you have one question, you have 200 people answering the same question. It's very different from having interview data. Also, still like how to get there, how to build the coding system. So, yeah, if you're interested, I can share that chapter with Lorenza and for private use, you can take a look if you're interested in. So I'm still developing that code system. It was not like you please develop a code system. That was, yeah, something comes out, but that wasn't good. So I needed to use my methodological knowledge and say, well, don't put what the LLMs likes to do. They often like immediately do cause and effect in a code. I mean, people do that also when they code. That's the kind of teaching also when you teach how to build coding systems. But this is like teaching the LLM then all, with the methodological knowledge you have to build proper coding system. And then again, the coding worked quite well. And yeah, last thing before I start sharing my screen and you actually see some presentation. So having said that, and also how Max Coulier, another similar program to Atlas TI, where I feel methodological, they have implemented AI much better. So at first they only allowed to code data, so that they didn't so it's you describing a code. So it's more deductive coding. So you get a code suggestion, but it's not automatically coding based on those code suggestions. But so if you have a code and you know it well, you can describe it well, then you could code one document with it. And then you also got a little explanation why the AI thought, that this segment would fit that code. Now, because also technology improved, context windows got bigger, you can just apply one code through 20 documents or even 50. And that's why I think where the problem is, because then you're no longer part of the analysis. Then the AI is doing it, and nobody, I'm very sure of that. Nobody will check all those explanations why AI was using to code that. Maybe you do that in the first 2 documents, but you're not going to do that with 50 documents. And then you think about that, you do that with 20 codes. So that's where we lose being part of the analysis. And I'm very strong advocate of that interaction and being part of the analysis when you work with AI, because otherwise the AI is just, you outsource your thinking and the AI is just doing something you can't control. And everything about transparency and accountability and everything, it goes down the drain, basically. All those quality criteria for qualitative analysis. So that's why I'm still, even if technology has improved and coding has become more feasible, I still stand with my conversational approach. But first, let me go through the slides. You already kind of saw quickly the interface of Q Insights. Yeah, and that little image also made with AI, representing the conversational part. And what we just saw also in Atlas TI, well, why do we code in the first place? And that you can trace that back to the 1920s, where people started to talk about how they manage a couple of hundred pages of text. That's why we need to code, because we cannot manage 400 pages of text. If you read all of that, by the end, you already don't know what you had read in the first interview. So we need to code data to manage and organize. That's why we need to start from the bottom up and build it up. And then based on the code, we retrieve the data by topics. And then we can do compare and contrast. We can do all those wonderful things. Or what Lorenza, also demonstrated with the colors and, and then you can see what's more and what's more prevalent and so on. And that helps us to think and reflect, to understand. Yeah. And eventually also when we start building the code system, so it's not going to be perfect at the beginning, it's going to be a process of revision where we actually get to the themes. If you do things like thematic analysis or others, you build categories. They might not do thematic analysis, but they do also want to develop some categories, subcategories. We do that in grounded theory as well. So basically to move from the data to something more abstract that can summarize the patterns in the data. And then also to show the code system and add transparency. So that's why we do it. And I show this to you in order to show you we can still reach all those goals without coding. Yeah, we can do that while we talk with an LLM or an AI assistant. So just pay attention, it's not conversation analysis, it's conversational analysis. It's always difficult kind of to find a name, because conversation analysis is analysis of language, so that's something different. So this is trying to, I called it now conversation analysis. You might also think dialogical analysis. And as there's different approaches as well, there's QBA, query-based analysis, there is NITA, narrative, thematic analysis, NITA, narrative, interpretive, thematic analysis, also based on that conversational part. And they're all kind of, they gave it QBA, NITA, so I thought I come up with CA to the power of AI as like a the acronym for it. And I have a small example project that I brought, and this one is actually real data from YouTube, but for sample projects I also have AI help me with data creation. That also kind of works well, Claude especially for that. So I just did something yesterday because I'm preparing a case study, and you really get 10-page transcripts from that. But as Lorenza said, these synthetic data is based on existing knowledge, and maybe it's also helpful for just working through and working out your ideas and things like that. But always think about this is not predicting anything what's happening right now. It's just built on some aggregation of something that's in the training data if you do that. But we have a real data here from these real people that are on YouTube. And it's a small project. It's these YouTube videos are 5 to 20 minutes long, but they all tell you something about how to survive your PhD. And then, yes, there's some research objectives. I don't have to go into detail here. And now this is my framework of how I imagine qualitative data analysis with AI, how that can look like. There is a paper that explains that in more depth. But now let's take like a very practical way forward in this framework. So I call it a framework. And within that framework, you can actually place different methodologies. Yeah, it's all depending here on step 2 and how you ask questions. And that's where your methodology comes in. Step 1 still means you need to get to know your data. Don't just throw in data that you have never read. Yeah, even if transcription now can be automated, or can be outsourced to AI, but still, read your transcripts and improve or correct mistakes and so on. You cannot evaluate what comes out if you haven't read the data. And I have to give you a short example, which might be a bit, I was embarrassed because I should have known better. But I thought, well, this is just to kind of find like the direction we want to go. So I was asked to do a meta-analysis of 25 reports and like summary reports for an evaluation organization for their annual report. And it was more first of a question of kind of what should be the focus of that meta-analysis. Because these were, reports from countries around the world, and it's kind of finding like an overarching topic. Well, LLMs or AI are very good in finding overarching topics. So I gave it and let it do a theme analysis and ask them questions. I used Q-Insights for that. And then I got back to the person for whom I was that commissioned that analysis. And I presented ideas for that overarching theme, but I haven't read the summary reports yet. So I did that without step 1 because I thought, it's not analysis yet. It's just, the overarching theme. Well, and then I got asked some questions about one particular aspect that was suggested. So then, yes, in the end, you are the one who is going to be accountable. You have to ask the question, answer the question that came out. So it wasn't like, oh, you have to ask my AI now why this came up with that. Yeah. So that's what's happening. If you don't read your data and then somebody asks a question, and we all know what comes out with AI always sounds, very nice and perfect. But then if you are asked a question, you need to be able to answer that. And that's why it's so important that you know your data. So before you get into that. And the first step, and maybe let's do this, be pragmatic about it. So, the first step is, reading the data, but it's also do a topic analysis. So in the software, it's still called themes, but I'm going to change this to topics because of, generally when that's the language that came out around LLMs and chatbot, that they can do theme analysis, but that is not the same as the themes that are generated at the end of an analysis if you go through coding. This is the starting point, and this is, I would call that step one, getting to know your data. So it just gives you an idea of what I call the kind of the data landscape. So these are the topics that are in the data. And it also, there's something, I don't go into too much detail, but there's your normal chatbot has a rather high temperature because it's also meant for brainstorming and stuff like that. So every time, and that phenomena, every time you ask that same question, you get a different answer. Even within our software, because it's an LLM going through the data in different ways, even if we put the temperature down to 0, whatever comes up, if you do a theme analysis a second time, it's slightly different. And sometimes it's not only the wording, it's not always exactly the same way. If you work with a system and you ask us a question, and not a question about data that you upload, just a single question, temperature 0, you always get the same answer. If you put data behind it, it's a bit different. But you need to know that this is the characteristics of LLMs. It's not a shortcoming. It is just something, this is how they behave. And it's not a reason to reject them. It's a reason to know how to work with them. Yeah. So knowing that you're not getting the same answer all the time, that's why I ran 3 themes analysis. And then I group them here. I mean, just for you now in the PowerPoint, because we see time management and setting boundaries is kind of the same theme as overcoming feelings of being stuck in research, important for structured outlines, so or effective research practices. So kind of this same topic also when you read the description behind it, but just a different header. So we also know LLMs are kind of good at coming up always with this more high level labeling. That's what they're very good at. So I kind of then clustered the topics that came out from different themes analysis, and then decided this is what I want to focus on. Yeah, so again, I didn't let the AI decide this is where we want to go. I was working with the AI, so kind of give me kind of what's in my data landscape, and then I decided this is what I want to proceed with. And now we get to step 2. Now we prepare the analysis. So we have now an idea about our data. And notice what we are now actually doing. Yeah, when we code, we need to build it up from the bottom and then to reach more abstract categories with LLMs, because an LLM can digest all of your 400 pages. Yeah, it used to be less in the past, but that's the keyword here is context window. Context window have become larger. So even if it's, most qualitative studies won't be more than 400-600 pages. Yeah. But so they can digest that quite easily and or without a problem, and then suggest these abstract themes. So we can turn around the analysis. So we're not starting at the bottom, we're starting at the top, with some top level ideas for categories at least, and then we have to work our way down. Yeah, then we have to get to know the data. So the themes are never, or topics are never a result. They are for us a starting point to then work down by asking it and interacting with the data and the LLM. And in that step, this is where your methodology comes in. That is where that was my suggestion, to make this also a transparent process, a repeatable process, that these questions, it's like, this is a question I use to explore building effective research practice. So this is something that I can put in the appendix of my thesis, or I can show to my supervisor. This is how I explored building effective research practice. I can also give it to a colleague and say, please also use the same question and see, what answers come up, and where there's probably also some differences there. If you read the answers, then different researchers might ask different follow-up questions, because they might be triggered by certain responses and ask different follow-up questions. But this is kind of the equivalent of the intercoder reliability. We don't have codes anymore, so we can't do intercoder reliability, but we can have a second person going through the same question and then comparing what comes up. So it's kind of knowing more about the goals of what we want to achieve, and not so much about how we have been doing things. Because riding a bike is also different how in operating a car, or think about other technological advances. Or I don't know, you probably most of you started with a smartphone. I still had Nokia phone, where you had to press buttons and very small screen. So we need to operate a smartphone also very different from the whatever was before the normal mobile phones. So, and this is now where I think, well, knowing how to code is not gonna, that is the procedural step. You can, if you skip that step and you don't learn that, that's okay. It's just now more knowing what you want to achieve with your analysis. What is the outcome? What is still the same is moving from descriptive analysis to interpretive analysis. This is where it becomes difficult, because of course you can ask an LLM, like, give me an answer to my research question. But this is where you need to maybe also by experience figure out this is not how it works. Because then the LLM is giving you something, or next time you ask, giving you some slightly different. Again, that's characteristics of LLMs. They don't answer always exact in the same way. This is something you have to work towards with these type of questions. So this is also to get to know your data, to work through a set of questions, asking follow-up questions, to then move into a phase where you can ask more interpretive type of questions. So that process we still need to keep. We can't immediately jump into interpretation. And that's where you have to hold yourself back and say, well, I need to start from the beginning also if I'm working with an AI assistant. So these are some useful questions I kind of end up when I synthesize a dialogue at the end. So one dialogue, one topic, multiple questions, some follow-up questions, then in the end to synthesize commonalities, difference across respondents, and things like that. So once you have your set of questions, you go into dialogue. And this is how QInsights interface looks like. And yes, maybe then I show this live now. I'm just checking. You see that screen. So this is when you log in with LLMs, or at least when you want to get quality analysis, we need to be in the cloud. And I have one slide that shows a little bit about data privacy, like very quickly. And this is that project. But maybe before I actually get to that project, let me just now I just only do tests. So we have seen that with Atlas, but there is a difference here. I mean, Lorenza has kind of said, okay, then add a project description. But in Atlas, it doesn't. I never did it, because it's maybe useful for you that that you put it there, that is all in the project, but Atlas doesn't do anything with it. But an LLM, or at least the way we have written it, and that's also the difference between ChatGPT or NotebookLM or whatever, that project context that you put there always goes with every analysis, every question you ask. So that is, the LLM knows then about your project. You can also upload a document if you have written something up. So you don't have to copy and paste like 5 pages. But this is the space where you add project context, and then we run that with every question always at the, at the back, and you can, this is the project description I use here for this project, and you can always change it later on. Like, for instance, if you move into that interpretive phase and you want to work with a particular theory, then you can just copy and paste the description of the theory in the project description. Then the LLM has that information. And it has a lot of those information also in the training data, but you want to be sure that it's exactly the theory you want to use and not sometimes also what's in the training data can be kind of messed up, especially if it comes to grounded theory. If you ask well, a normal chatbot to do grounded theory, it messes up all the different types of grounded theory and mixes it with seam analysis, and because it's whatever, it's on the internet, so it's all not correct. So but these are like places in the software you can put these contexts, and I mentioned that this is now generally working with LLMs. That's why I said just use it for all kinds of things, because then you learn how that process works. And when you realize, oh, now I get stuck, or now it's gonna talk, this sycophancy thing where it kind of talks according to what you put in and things like that. But that's when you start realizing, oh, now it's just following my voice, or now over you expect bias or things like that. Yeah. So this is what you learn, and that you can also then right away also use for those kind of skills. For qualitative analysis. And maybe just one analogy that comes to my mind, because what I used to do in the old ways is always like reminding of people that they're very good in categorization, because probably all of you have played a puzzle in sometime in your life, and this where we also, if you look all the pieces, we need to kind of maybe find all the blue pieces or the green pieces, or all the pieces that look like forest, or all pieces that look like a castle, or a person or something like that. Yeah. So, and now I'm telling you, the skills that you need here is just also your general skills that you can develop just by using that technology, that you can also then apply here. So that is the one data context piece, but then you can, this is not an interview study now, but if an interview study, you can say who is the respondent, who is the interviewer, because you want the LLM to know that. You can add, well, study area and gender in this case, and then you can add the values, and they can be used as filters in your data if you have larger projects, but they are also context information for the LLM. So you can just, in a conversation, just ask, what are the difference between male and female respondents, or by subject area, things like that. Just to bring up an interview study, because what you don't want, I shouldn't have done this. Oh, no. Yeah. In an interview study, you want to have the LLM not guessing who is respondent and who is interview moderator, depending on how things were described. And we also don't want to, exclude the interviewer moderator in the analysis, because it's important context information, like how a question was framed. Yeah, but sometimes interviewers also kind of go on. It shouldn't be. If you're an interviewer, you should, not dominate the interview, but this sometimes happens, and this is not data that you want to analyze. So the LLM needs to know, which part of the transcript is actually the respondent and which one is the interviewer. Yeah, and then you can also have speakers profiles, and then just an example here. So this is the context that you can provide for your study. And now I go back to my PhD project here. So here's all the data, and you can, get a preview of how it looks like. These are just transcripts from the YouTube videos. And these previews are very important, because we will see that in a second, because this is where you can evaluate an answer of an LLM. So when you start analyzing data, you select the documents that you want to analyze. can also be, parts of the document, and then you have these 5 analysis options. So I'm not going to go through all of them here, just show you examples. And what I'm doing now, also in terms of time, it always takes like 2 or 3 minutes to run a theme analysis. So I've already done that, and all the analyses are in the archive. And then you can also organize the archive and create little folders, so where you have all the analysis, and this is then will become the building blocks of your writing later on. So you see here also I've done different runs of the theme analysis, and here also the project description will influence the theme analysis. If there's no project description, the LLM just goes by what's in the data. If you give it a project description and research questions, then the themes will be more specific to your project. So I said the importance of context. And so this is also me playing around a bit, because the first 2 runs I was giving specific research questions, which I didn't do with this one. But so it then looks something like this when the theme comes out. And what I want to show you now here, so this theme is supported by 20 quotes, and it occurs in 7 of the 10 documents. So it's easy now, it's 10 documents, so it's 70%. So you get a description of the theme, and then you can click on the documents, and it will bring you to that part of the transcript where the LLM got the idea for that theme from. So that's where I said where the preview comes in, and where it shows you, this is where the theme comes from. So it's not that black box. You can always kind of go look, where is the theme actually coming from. It's not the same as coding. It's not like, I wouldn't say it's the same as coded segments, but it gives you the transparency of where did the LLM get an idea for that theme. So you can also download it, and also with those references, and with a new iteration of this, you also get page numbers. And so we constantly, of course, working on this. So it's all work in progress, and also the more LLM advanced, the more we can do. Actually, that's actually quite nice. But that's my spirit of wanting to develop a very good tool that does exactly what that helps us with our analysis. And now I'm going to that building a research practice dialogue to kind of tell you how this could look like. So it's so these are the questions from what you saw in the PowerPoint, and then you get an answer here, and then yes, you can also click and see where that answer is coming from. So you're always close to the data here. And at some point I ask also, give me more detail on the issue of overwork. So just an example of a follow-up question that you can come up with. And then just in the end, some synthesis to also show you that. So asking some more follow-up questions, but then I was asking here about, is there a difference between male and female speakers with regard to the advice I have been given. So you can get also those overview tables, because it's kind of picking up on the data context that has been provided, and also here based on the subjects of the disciplines, whether social science, humanities, engineering, so on. And so you immediately get an overview here. So important part is, well, when you go through the questions and you read it, you check it and think about it, and also because you can check it, you stay close to the data, and you can evaluate the response written here by the AI, or by we call because Q. So the AI system is called Q. So what Q has come up with, and you then can evaluate what comes out. What is in the pipeline, we don't have that yet. Lorenza was also talking about that. Of course, we did that always, and I think that's still important, being able to write notes and memos to either attach to a chat, or to attach to one piece of the chat, or to attach to the overall chat or a document. so that you can immediately, if you have some thoughts or want to say, oh, this is a piece or quote I want to keep for my report or something like that. So that is something I still want to implement here, that you also have within the app, so you don't have to start doing things in Word, that you can attach notes and actually memos here, and all of that will show up in the archive as well, so that the archive becomes the piece where you collect all the. No, I want to close the chat. Oh, I'm in there. Yeah. Yeah, now it took a while. Yeah, so this is where you then collect the bits and pieces that go with one research question, and then in the end having also your notes here and stuff like that, and then build the report. So that's also something that right now we start building a report from here, but we also want to integrate that in the app so that you have a report function where you can just pull the bits and pieces from your archive that is relevant for a particular chapter, and then also with the help of AI you can start writing. But then you're always in the context of your data, and you can always kind of check back and check with with the references as well. One last thing I want to show in here, and then I move back to my PowerPoint. That's a grid analysis. So you can ask one question here, and then you get a response per document in this case, or per respondent. Also, this is for interview data or document data. Now here is YouTube data, or focus group data, where you then immediately have a nice overview for one particular topic. What did that specific person said? And then you get references directly from the data in the updated version, also with page numbers. And then if you want to dig deeper, you can call a queue and ask some follow-up questions if you want to dig deeper from here. So what you hopefully see here, the idea here is what I said at the very beginning. It is interactive. It's not just there to give you a result. It always brings you back to the data, so you can evaluate, and you can always go and ask more questions and dig deeper, and continue your analysis there. Also disagree with some some response, or also ask the LLM, give me contrary examples, or do you find examples that contradict this finding? Yeah, because always remember that LLM can read all of those 10 documents all at once, so it can go through them and then inspect whether it finds divergent answers or unique answers. Yeah, that is the nice thing, that when you engage in dialogue, you can just ask those questions. And how do you progress with your analysis? And let me just maybe jump to that first before I do the privacy thing later. Yeah, so the analysis is that back and forth, is that interaction. And it's also like asking questions and starting to synthesize, starting to write on your own thoughts. Or I said I want to better support this in the future, also with being able to write memos on that, and step by step build your thinking. So when you ask about efficient research practice, and then you ask about work-life balance, and you ask about supervisor relationship, that's suddenly when you start seeing relationships in the data, or and when you ask more questions, it's so in different chats. That's here me writing and not thinking about any prompt engineering. It's just me writing, and now being able, at least in Chrome, press the microphone button and just talk about what you think. In these different chats we have seen, or I've seen this and this and that and this. How could this relate, or what could be the most prevalent category here? So what is the main point here? Or let's brainstorm about possible connections. I want to explore the role of self-reliance and practice engagement, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, or I have a hypothesis. So this is the later stages of analysis. So that is more like this: keep your research practice, start with descriptive analysis, and move on to, well, fancy word is deductive analysis. But if you look at my Atlas book, I have the first part is descriptive analysis, building your code system, and then it's, oh, Lorenzo, you have to help me now. I don't call it the interpretive part, but there is kind of a second, the conceptual phase of the analysis, and you might also call this the conceptual phase of analysis. So that's important. That's the important bit, and not like, you know, how to attach a code, but how you move from data to getting an understanding and building it, then also to compare and contrast, because that were the code document table, or, you know, what you could get in Atlas, for example, based on, but first you had to code all of this in order to get this. Now we can just ask the LM to give that. And in this comparison, male and female speakers, or that respondents versus the others, this is where a lot of insights happen. And that's the general principle. I mean, I think grounded theory might have kind of made it fashionable at first, but it's one of very basic principle of qualitative analysis. You can also ask for case summaries, if that is helpful. And you see here my prompt is a bit longer. I'm not saying like write a case summary. Write a case summary about Alexander, including the following aspects, A, B, C, D. And then you can do that for a different respondents, but always be very precise of what you want. So don't give the AI just write a case summary, because the AI just will then just write something, what it thinks are the important points. You want to guide the AI assistant. Talking about AI is the easy word, but of course AI is a whole big thing, but I think you know that. So when I talk about I, in this case, I mean Q. And so I asked Q to come up with an idea how I can visualize the relationship from a chat. So after I moved into more that conceptual part. And this is now something that hopefully is going to be implemented in one of the next updates, because now technology has moved forward. You have seen the fancy images that can be done by Nano Banana, but also OpenAI now, and we can integrate that now as well. So here at this stage, when I created this originally, I just ask it, and the black one part I created with OpenAI. And the other one, I did my graphic program. But this is something that's more feasible now, that you can now ask an LLM. This is what you found out in the chat. Please do visualize, and then bit iteration, so you can then model your data, and hopefully then also is kind of attach like example quotes and stuff to that. But for now, what we implement is going to be simple at first, and we can always become more sophisticated. But basically the idea is you have your chat, you have you're built up, you're in your dialogue, that maybe self-resilience and proactive engagement is the centerpiece, and how the other things relate to that. So all the blue and yellow and green areas are actually that's something that came from the chat, that I knew how things were related, and then could also write it up how things were related. And to give you an idea how long this took, when I built this project, I started on a Monday night because I needed to present something on a Tuesday, and a Tuesday around lunchtime with me sleeping in between. I was at that stage. Very small data set, no long literature review, it's not theoretical, nothing. It's just working from the data, but just to get you an idea that it's not about shortcuts. It's really working with your data, but if you skip that part of the coding bit, you do take some time. It's not about analysis done in 2 minutes, but you will get there fast. And I think once you figure out how to really interact with an LLM, your analysis will be better, because now you can draw on the training data that is somewhere in that LLM. So you bring your own experience, your own life experience, and maybe also in your cultural background, important because of it's not necessarily, we know what the training data is a bit biased towards Western culture, but that's why your input is even more important, to push back and give your input. Or there is, I think, also from your cultural background some data there, but maybe you have to tease it out more. So at some point, I was talking about that you can actually improve the quality of the analysis if you know how to work these systems, and you have to come up with a synthesis. And a lot of people always talk about the black box of AI. And yes, we don't know how the data is processed, but do we know how data is processed in our brain? So this is a difficult discussion to have. And for me, it's not so much, it doesn't really matter how the LLM processes data. It's a statistical process, but that's exactly why you need to be part of it and not just letting it do its own thing. The way we make it transparent is to give you the quotes or giving you the highlights, the yellow highlights, so you can evaluate against the data. And then instead of just having a code system with a code and a definition, and nobody knows how people actually, what their thoughts were when they attached the code to a data segment. But here you have the full dialogue. You have everything, the question you ask, the answer for the AI, you pushing back or you asking follow-up questions, you giving more input, based on your lived experience. It's all there. It's all there in the chat. So I think that's much more transparent than just having a code system to see how the codes that were applied, but how they were applied, you never know. And I don't know now if how that comes across, because I'm now presenting from the browser. So maybe some feedback, because I have a short video, it's 2 minutes. Me playing again this, it's already over a year old now, with AI technology, all the video and all the text and the music, everything is done with AI. With my thoughts, how I imagine how knowledge creation works in the age of AI. So it's a video makes more about the epistemological part, and it's all described in more methodological terms also in the paper. So let's see how the sound works. I start with this, and maybe somebody just gives the sound up if you can hear something.
Did you share your slide with sound? We can't hear anything.
You can't hear anything?
No. The time you were sharing, did you select share with sound?
No, I did, but I didn't, because it was. Can I do that also when I share with?
Yes, make sure you click on share. Then there's an option for.
And because now it's from the browser, it's not from my PowerPoint, so that's why I was. So share, optimize for video sharing. Yeah. So now you should be able to hear something. So let's try again. You hear something now?
The data is your score, a layered composition of human voices and emotions, waiting to be interpreted. The AI model is your orchestra, versatile and rich, but untuned. Until the conductor steps in, it doesn't know how to play your score. You are the conductor. Drawing on context, experience, and theory, you begin to prepare the performance. With each cue, you shape the flow, emphasizing key patterns, reframing the voice, shifting the analytical lens. This process is iterative. You revisit your data, cross-check interpretations, and re-enter the dialogue with greater depth. You test ideas, you challenge the model, you refine the narrative until it resonates with meaning and clarity. Insight emerges from entangled interplay between data, model, and you. Knots of tension become moments of insights. The final synthesis is co-constructed, grounded in your judgment, yet enriched by the model's intertextual reach. You orchestrate meaning. Through dialogue, reflection, and intention, you bring insight to life, without ever ceding interpretive authority. This is CA to the power of AI, a new way of thinking where sense-making is shared and insight is a collaborative act.
Theme song now.
Ask your questions, talk it through.
Now you see the models I've used.
Explore, reflect, and synthesize. Let your data speak. You're in charge to analyze.
Yeah, so you find this also on my YouTube channel if you want to revisit. Also, if you want to see the entire song, I also have it online. But that's more me playing. But the important part of the what you still heard in the song was you stay in charge to analyze. And just a little side story, Lorenz, I hope you don't mind I'm sharing it because we saw each other last year. Lorenza was at a TENI conference in Germany. I live in the Netherlands right now, but that was coming to Germany was a bit closer than all the way to South Africa. But so we were then visiting. We were in Bonn, the conference, also a place I studied in part of my life, and so we were sitting like students on the lawn in front of the university. And Lorenza, you probably remember. Sorry, getting a bit emotional about this, but anyway, it was a nice moment where we actually, when I showed that was the song was quite new, so we shared the headphones and we were on the lawn in front of the University of Bonn.
Yeah, pretending that we were young and child-free
Yeah,
and
listening to TUA,
and
to the power
okay
of
in the
AI.
world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so well, it's all on YouTube. There's also longer webinars and stuff I give. Just a last thing here about data security. Of course, that's very important. As well, we're a European company, so we adhere to GDPR, which is, you know, as you probably know, one of the strongest data privacy policies. And we need to live on the server in order to get the, at least still right now, to get the quality. You can't do so much with, you don't get the quality analysis with the current open source models. That might be different in 2 or 3 years time. What you see here in the image is like that we kind of rent a piece in a data center basically, but of course you access it via the internet. And that piece of data has like 2 fences around it, and these fences are encryption. So your data is encrypted from access from others, and you can, of course, your password, you have multi-factor authentication as well, so you can also protect your access as well. So your data actually stays secure. There's no data not used for training. It's not it's not retained. So basically you have to think about it. Your project lives in a data center on the server, and then when you ask a question, the data will be sent to an LLM, because that LLM needs to be hosted somewhere, and that's also hosted in Europe in our case. So the data is, we use currently OpenAI models. That might change in the future, but it's not on an OpenAI server. It's just GPT models hosted on a European server that we access from our European location as well. So, and you are welcome to try it, and you just have to visit the website and click on try for free. Everybody gets 1 million tokens to try for free. That's not, don't upload, you know, all of your 10 interview transcripts. Just play around with 2 or 3 documents, just get a feel for it and see whether you like this new style of working, or whether you still, you know, like to go and do the coding. So it's always like, it's try it out and see how you feel, and then kind of make an informed decision of what way of working you actually prefer. Yeah, so that we have maybe a few minutes left for some questions.
All right, thank you so much, colleagues, for an excellent session. In the remaining 3 minutes, I don't know if you would like to invite some participants for a few questions.
Yeah, sure.
Before we close the session, yes.
I'm just looking in the chat whether there's something.
I think everything's handled in the chat, all the questions that came up. A new frontier. Thank you for a great presentation.
Yeah, so you were also
how does
asking
it,
questions.
There's a deep one. Fundamentally, how does this differ from ChatGPT? Susanna, I think that one's for you.
Yeah. Well, one thing is the data security part I just presented. You know, with ChatGPT, you sit it on an American server. I mean, that's up to, you know, what, you know, also your stance towards that. But yeah, you need to think about, you know, also protecting your research participants. And well, if you know, if every data that also sits in a chat, that is not encrypted. That also you need to be aware of that. But it's the whole way of, like, you saw it, like when you start with a project, you start with a project description, you give the context, all of that, ChatGPT can't do. And the whole way the data is when you upload the data, the whole processing, like how the data is process is done in a very different way, so that you can also get the references. Or that's one thing in ChatGPT. It gives you some quotes, and usually it gives you two or three example quotes, but it's it's not exhaustive. There is this context windows have become bigger, but if you upload documents into a chat, then the chat gets longer and longer and longer. And what happens with your interview data, it's at some point it's going to be compressed, it's only going to be indexed, it's only going to be summarized. And that's why I said you don't have to wonder if things are then get hallucination, or you don't get like proper quotes back and stuff like that. So in an environment that is built for it, it's always, the entire data set is always accessed, and the way data is processed, so the architecture behind it is different. Then we also have these different workflows, the way theme analysis is presented, and the way things can be outputted, and we have these 5 analysis options. And again, as this is work in progress, adding memos and memo featuring, and this makes it even more qualitative. But of course we had to start somewhere. We're not 30 years old yet, so we need to grow the software. But there is also some people then also always say the quality of the answer is better. I said yes, that is because of everything, because of the architecture is very different, and that's why whatever is rich, the answers are better, because the whole process, how data are processed is different. And what you want is, well, secure data, but you also want transparency. Also think about the data archive, where you can organize your chats by research questions, or but you can also, I didn't show, they can also work in a team. If then people can see what the others have been working on and things like that. So these are some of the differences.
Susanna, there's another one. When do you choose to use Atlas or Q Insights as an analysis tool? Is this based on your method of analysis, thematic, content, or discourse analysis?
You can, I mean, it doesn't, you also, I've written many, well, not many, but I've written a few chapters on how to do grounded theory analysis in Atlas TI, how to do thematic analysis in Atlas TI, how to do discourse analysis in Atlas TI. So, and that's why I've always been at that edge of, we have methodology on the one hand, and we have tools on the other hand. And that's no different now. We have the methodology, we have grounded theory, we have discourse and whatever. Then we have the tool. So we have to translate now the methodology into, well, previously was software mouse clicks, and now it's a way of asking questions. Because if you do a discourse analysis, if you do a conversation analysis, it's a very different way of asking questions. If you do grounded theory, I mean, it got reduced a lot to coding because of Cactus tools. But if you go and read the original, it was not about attaching thousands of codes. It was about asking questions about the data. That's why I was so excited when I saw the potential in 2023 already. They said we can go back to the roots, especially also what grounded theory is all about, is asking questions about your data. And now we don't have to have the intermediary of the coding anymore. We can go directly and ask. And so the open coding process was never an open tagging process. It was asking questions about, like, I had this PhD data. There's a wonderful sentence, a PhD leaves a scar in your soul. So you have 2 words where you can do open coding, a scar and soul, or what I think these interesting words. So then you ask questions about, where can a scar, where can this occur? And it can be a scar from an injury. It can be a scar because, your relationship broke. It can be a scar in nature. This is the way of brainstorming and breaking open the data to kind of go outside the data and see where that occur. Then you ask about, so what are the conditions for these to occur? What are the strategies? What are the consequences? So these are all kinds of grounded theory questions. Who is involved? Who are the relationships of people involved? And now you can do that with that one sentence, And you can ask that an LLM, and it gives you, you have to think about, what are the 5 conditions? An LLM is trained on all these data, gives you these answers immediately, and then you can continue. You can pick some of these. You don't work with all of this, and then you work. And so within that dialogue, I came up with 4 concepts, just working on the word of SCAR. One was resilience, the other was, I don't remember right now. So this is open coding, asking questions about your data and then coming up with concepts. And then what you did, you start to apply or look where these concepts occur, where else in the data. You can also do that through asking. You don't have to code. You can say, where do I find that concepts in the other interviews? Yeah, the LLM now has access to the 10 interviews. So where do other people talk about resilience? How do they talk about it? How do they get there? What are their experience? You can all do that via questioning. No coding necessary. Yeah, so that's where it's not like that's why I said, try it out and see what you feel comfortable with. Maybe you still feel more comfortable with coding. I have an iPhone now, but I started with the iPhone 4, so it took me a while before I adjusted to that new technology. So if you're still the kind of, old whatever BlueBerry person, and need some time before you move on to smartphones, it's all fine, but think about this translation. Look at the methodology, how you translate that in Atlas, and how to translate that in a coding way. And if you use Q Insights, you translate it into a different working style. Yeah, but it's not like you can't do that one or the one only with the other. It is a tool, and you have to think how to translate your methodology.
Yeah, I think also that's why it's important we started with what is coding? What does it mean to code your data? What does it mean to analyze your data? Because the tools are only tools, and all of the analysis sits in your head. It's as you drive that process, then you can use either Atlas or Q Insights, for example. But the foundation is that you need to know what do you want to know of your data? What do you, and that comes from your research question. But also if you work in a grounded way, things will come up that you didn't anticipate previously. So then you can respond to that. So it's more about you engaging with your project, engaging with your data, rather than this tool is better than the other. Because all of the tools, you should use it, as it is fit for purpose. Another response also to the earlier question around ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is a more general tool, whereas Q Insights is built for qualitative data analysis. So it takes into account a process that needs to take place. It knows that it needs to work within a certain framework. It uses that context that you provide the program in the beginning to say the study is about X, Y, and Z, and these are the respondents. This is the objective of the project. These are the sites that we're working in. So maybe it's a multi-country project. So you give all of that context to your data. But if you're using something as open as ChatGPT, it will pull information from everywhere. And at the end, you don't know if that's a true reflection of what was in your actual data. So it's very risky to go with something broad and not something very specific, like Q Insights.
All right. Thank you so much, colleagues. We have come to the end of the module 17. Once again, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to Dr. Lorenza and Dr. Susan for sharing your expertise and practical insights with us today. And also thank you to all participants who joined us today. And just a reminder, colleagues, please don't forget to complete the evaluation form. I've shared the link on the chat. I don't know if there's anything else from you, colleagues, before we close the session. Lorenza and Dr. Susan.
Not from my side. So
thanks
for everyone.
I'm all
here.
good. Thanks, colleagues. It's always good to engage on this and to see how AI can actually work in qualitative data analysis. Because there are some conversations out there that totally rejects the use of software or reject the use of AI in qualitative analysis. But I've seen that it works. I've really seen that it works. I've used it just the other day for a project, a multi-country project, and it gives me the same sense of me as a researcher. I'm in control, even though I'm engaging with an AI-powered tool. And that is what I think we should not lose as we do, move into more AI-assisted software tools, is that you should not lose your research integrity, first of all, and also your control over the process. You create those insights, you engage with your data, you make sense of your data, you make meaning out of it. And in the end, whether you've used Atlas TIQ insights, 5 years down the line, you still need to know what is in your data. So don't look for shortcuts, engage with your data, and go through the process. And I wish you all well in your studies and everything else that you're busy with. Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. You're welcome. And I hope you can access the
Recording stopped.
The presentation should be in the repository. If it's not in there today, then please check back in there tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right.